Trish L. Gleason, Assistant City Clerk, you are hereby directed to call a special session of the City Council to be held on Tuesday, April 7th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. in the historic Federal Building for the purpose of receiving presentations on certain fiscal year 2027 department budgets.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to a special session of the Dubuque City Council for April 7th, 2026. As a reminder to our participants, you can provide in-person input or virtual audio and written input during tonight's budget presentation. Input options during the live meeting include in-person attendees may approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any public input for the presentation they would like to speak to. Remote attendees can log into GoToMeeting using the login links, phone numbers, and access codes that appear on the broadcast and live stream and posted on the front page of the meeting agenda. This option includes audio input and written chat input. If you are participating via computer, indicate which presentation you would like to speak to in the chat function, or note that you would like to speak during the appropriate section. If you are participating via phone, indicate which presentation you would like to speak to during the appropriate section. All comments, whether in person or virtual, must be accompanied by a name and address. Additionally, written input is accepted by contacting the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/council-contacts and through the City Clerk's office email at ctyclerk@cityofdubuque.org. Attendance at tonight's meeting is Mayor Kavanaugh,
Here.
Council members Leindecker,
Here.
Resnick, Roussel,
Here.
Sprank,
Here.
Staver, Wethel,
Here.
City Manager Van Milligan.
Here.
Mayor, I'll turn it over to you now.
All right, well, thank you very much, Trish. Well, welcome, everybody. We're here for the first night of the budget presentation, so I'm going to give a quick rundown of kind of how this is going to work to make sure that we're all on the same page with everything, and then make sure that the public knows when they're allowed to get up and speak and have a chance to say something about the presentations. So for tonight's first night, we've got 4 presentations: engineering, public works, water, and then the Water and Resource Recovery Center. So we'll hear from the folks first from the department. So Gus will get up, give his presentation from the engineering department, and then after that, we will have an opportunity for the public to weigh in. So that's when we'll go back to the public. I'll get an opportunity for anybody to provide any comments that they want, as Trish pointed out, either in person or virtually. And then from there, once we have enough, we've heard all the public input on that particular presentation, we'll come back to us and have as much discussion as we need and want. So as a reminder to the council, at the end of this, we have one action item. It is budget items identified for separate discussion. So as we all discussed and agreed upon, we're going to set aside anything from each department and be able to put it in that group of the things that we'd want to discuss there. So then every night we'll come back to that action item and be able to have that discussion about anything that we've held for separate discussion at that time. I think during that action item, we can also hold further items for separate discussion from the night if we choose, but we'll just kind of see how it goes, figure out how that works as we do it. That's a new thing for this year. So any questions from the council first before we get rolling? Okay, excellent. Gus, thank you very much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Gus Sahoya, City Engineer, and I'm pleased to present the Engineering Department's proposed budget for fiscal year 2027. Joining me this evening are Assistant City Engineer Bob Shizzle, Project Manager Jim Bosley, who will be helping me with tonight's presentation. Also in attendance are Civil Engineer and Professional Land Surveyor Nate Kiefer, Civil Engineers Nate Steffen, Alex Stein, John Crayer, Traffic Engineers Dwayne Richter and Justine Hall, Facilities Manager Justin Hogan, and Water Project Supervisor Todd Irwin. The mission of the Engineering Department is to promote the health, safety, and welfare of all through sound engineering principles, practices, and partnerships applied to planning, design, maintenance, and preservation of the city's infrastructure and property. The department would like to welcome traffic technicians Tim Lawler, Andrew Puzzateri, and Michael Connor, who came to us from the Public Works Department. as well as Darren Hum, John Crayer, Parker Legal, Doug Hirsch, and Darla Fortman. The department extends its sincere thanks to Chuck Nicholas for 33 years of service, to John Lippard for 20 years of service, and to Max O'Brien for his 3 years of service to the City Engineering Department. Chuck, who recently retired, played a key role in survey work for the Millwork District Revitalization Project, dozens of green alleys, several phases of the Northwest Arterial Trail Project, and the Comiskey Park improvements. John, who sadly passed away, was dedicated to maintaining the 10 facilities overseen by the Facilities Division, including this building that we're at tonight. Max accepted the Assistant Public Works Director, Project Manager position in the Public Works Department. We thank each and every one of them for their contributions to the city and wish them the very best. We currently have 4 vacancies, 3 of which are positions formerly held by individuals recognized in the farewell slide. We continue to actively recruit to fill these roles. The engineering organization chart reflects 45.23 full-time equivalents encompassing our facilities maintenance team, engineering staff, and seasonal interns. Over the past year, we completed a full department review. We are fortunate to have an exceptional team that is deeply committed to advancing the city and serving its residents. I would also like to thank Kristen Dietz, Talent Acquisition Manager, for his support and dedicated throughout this whole organizational process that we went through last year. This year, we have one recommended improvement package, which continues the city's partnership with ECIA to maintain Dubuque's traffic modeling system. This recommendation includes a reoccurring allocation of $50,000 in tax funds. I'll talk here some of the jobs that we completed the last year. So Heave Street reconstruction has been successfully completed. This work involved full street rebuild with new pavement, curb and gutter, complete replacement of the storm sewer, water main, and sanitary sewer infrastructure. The final cost of this project was $669,200. Last year, we completed the JFK and 32nd Street intersection improvements. Nearby developers helped contribute the majority of the project's $585,000 cost. Engineering staff successfully relocated multiple traffic management and video systems servers to the city's new data center on Chevenel Road. This major infrastructure effort improves the system reliability, cybersecurity, redundancy, and scalability while aligning engineering systems with the city's central IT environment. The City Engineering Department has continued advancing Dubuque's transportation technology infrastructure and expanded its fiber networks to improve reliability, safety, and long-term operational efficiencies. The city has added a new secondary dehumidification system in the Imon Ice Arena capable of supplying 750 cubic feet per minute of additional dehumidification and ventilation to enhance air quality and improve the overall arena conditions. Last year, the city successfully completed a dredging project at Dubuque Marina. The accompanying river depth sounding maps shown pre-dredging conditions on the left and post-dredging conditions on the right, where shallow areas are illustrated in blue. We removed over 7,000 cubic yards of accumulated settlement from this marina. 3 additional green alleys were completed this year at locations shown on the map. The pavement improvements were funded using SRF clean water dollars leveraged from the B Branch Railroad Culverts project that we did several years ago. The final project cost is estimated at just less than $1.3 million. Earlier this year, we completed the new Kerper Boulevard lift station, a major infrastructure upgrade designed to support not only the existing industrial and commercial users in the Kerper Boulevard area, but also the union at the Marina Development and our upcoming track line sanitary sewer project. We continue to make strong progress on construction of the Old Mill Lift Station phases 1 and 2, with the lift station expected to come online this winter. The new station will provide 20 million gallons per day of capacity to support current and future flows in Dubuque, and its future design is able to expand up to 30 million gallons a day, which is 75% of the total capacity of the Water and Resource Recovery Center. Next, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about our development review, inspection, and survey team activities over the past year. During the development review process, engineering staff review plans to ensure that the proposed improvements meet city standards and specifications and what impacts the plan will have on city infrastructure, traffic, and property. The DRT review process includes virtual and in-person meetings which provide opportunities for problem solving between developers, engineers, architects, and city staff. Members of the DRT group from the engineering department are shown on the slide. The review process is also often a cycle of submittals, review, and resubmittals before final approval. There are 2 professional engineers and 1 professional land surveyor that represent the engineering department and the DRT group. Site plan reviews enhance public safety by preventing traffic congestion and vehicle backups from private sites onto public streets. After the design plans have been reviewed and approved, engineering staff inspect and test new public infrastructure improvements at subdivisions and private sites for conformance with SUDAS, which are city standards, while using the latest personal protection equipment to keep themselves safe. One of our newest inspection technologies is using drone units to document construction progress and identify potential issues, all while keeping city staff safely away from high-risk environments. After construction is complete, GIS specialist Troy Kress uses GPS survey equipment to collect infrastructure as-built information, which is added to citywide GIS-based database for use by the city, county, staff, as well as consultants and general public. The city's full-service survey team, survey tech J.C. Beckman, professional land surveyors Jeff Brandt, and Nate Kiefer, and GIS specialist Troy Crest, provide significant cost savings compared to hiring private consultants, which can cost up to 3 times as much. Using modern remote sensing technology, the team performs topographical surveys, imports data, field data onto CD, Civil 3D, to create existing condition drawings, and supplies the base information for engineering design. They handle construction staking and layout by converting design data into staking points for contractors, and they monitor horizontal and vertical movement of structures such as the city flood wall and major retaining walls to identify potential safety concerns. The team uses drone imagery during flood events to observe high water marks, anticipated crest stages, and verify levee and flood wall integrity. They conduct boundary surveys and prepare legal documents for utility easements, right-of-way acquisitions and vacations, and city property boundaries, ensuring proper public access and safety. They also assist the city legal department by researching easements, property histories, abstracts, deeds, council records, and historic flood levee documentation. This slide includes a few of the survey team services, including public utility easement plats, boundary surveys for city property, topographical information used by staff engineers in CAD software, and a street right-of-way acquisition plat. The survey team's 2 full-time locators, Justin Smith and Jonathan Farfan, ensure that the city is compliant with the state's one-call laws. They mark city-owned utilities prior to excavation associated with construction as part of the city's utility break repairs. In 2025, we received 7,887 locate requests over an area of over just 14,000 acres. Underground utility markings is accomplished safely and quickly by using the latest underground utility locating instrumentation coupled with accurate GIS mapping database, which includes location and depth information of the utility. Hitting an underground utility while digging, which can cause serious injury, disrupt service to an entire neighborhood, and result in fines and repair costs. By following the Iowa One Calls guidelines, individuals and contractors can protect themselves and their communities from risks associated with digging near underground utilities. As mentioned in the previous slide, the engineering department staff received almost 7,900 requests in calendar year 25, shown here on the right, which has a coverage area of 14,300 acres, which is shown on the left. Next, I will highlight our sanitary sewer collection system and projects that will be funded in the upcoming fiscal year. The Catfish Creek sewer shed serves roughly half of the land area within the city of Dubuque and is the primary component for growth, future growth and development. This slide highlights the major projects currently underway, as well as future initiatives designed to expand the capacity of our sanitary sewer system and extend service throughout the southwest, toward the southwest arterial. Solid lines represent projects that are currently funded within the 5-year CIP for construction, while dashed lines indicate future funded projects. The Catfish Creek sewer shed was originally constructed in the late 1950s as the city of Dubuque expanded westward. Today, it is supported by 3 subbasins shown, the North Fork in red, the Middle Fork in blue, and the South Fork in green. The city completed a future growth analysis for these subbasins illustrated on the map with diagonal hash boundaries. To help convey the scale of the work ahead, the yellow and orange lines highlight the major construction projects included in the 5-year CIP for construction. The first major project within the Catfish sewer shed for fiscal year is the Phase 4 of the Old Mill Lift Station project, located in the South Fork of the Catfish Creek. This will increase the size of the existing sanitary sewer from sections as small as 12-inch to as large as 42-inch and lower the pipe by 10 feet. This expansion will eliminate both dry and wet weather overflows into the Catfish Creek, reducing pollution levels in the creek and improving environmental health, water quality, and recreational safety. The second major project within the Catfish watershed for fiscal year, for this fiscal year is Phase 3 of the Old Mill Lift Station project, located in the Middle Fork of the Catfish Interceptor. This will also increase the size from the existing sanitary sewer from sections as small as 18-inch to as large as 36-inch, and lower also the pipe by an additional 10 feet. This improvement will eliminate wet weather flows in the Catfish Creek and expand system capacities by roughly 1 million gallons per day, also reducing pollution levels in the creek and enhancing environmental health, water quality, and recreational safety. This slide shows the alignment of the Middle Fork of the Catfish Creek Interceptor sewer, shown in green, beginning downstream near the Old Mill Lift Station, extending northwest up to the up the valley. Stage 1 of Phase 3 concludes at Fremont Avenue Bridge. Here's a list of key sanitary sewer projects funded in fiscal year 27. In addition to items already discussed, this includes the design work for the remaining 4 consent-related projects, as well as the design of the track line sanitary sewer project on the Eagle Point end of the city. Now I'd like to shift our focus to the stormwater management system and outline some of the projects that we have planned in the upcoming fiscal year. The Bee Branch watershed has been a central focus of the engineering department's stormwater management efforts for more than 25 years. Since the late 1990s, a series of transformational projects have been constructed, protecting more than 1,000 homes that were once vulnerable to flooding during heavy rainfall events. These improvements led to the development of the Bee Branch Greenway, which now provides valuable recreational space. Completed projects are shown in the green, ongoing or current projects are shown in the blue, and planned future projects in yellow. Our goal is to continue building on the strong foundation to advance the remaining improvements, including funding for the 17th and West Locust reconstruction project to Angela Street, which is now scheduled to begin in fiscal year 28. The 17th and West Locust reconstruction project heading to Angela includes significant upgrades to the existing storm sewer system, replacing it with a 10 by 6 foot concrete box capable of conveying a 25-year storm event. This severe rainfall we experienced last July again underscores how vulnerable certain areas of the city remain during intense weather. In some cases, residents are forced to choose between sheltering in their basements during a tornado warning while watching the water rise over their foundations, or staying upstairs and risking safety there. This exhibit shows on the slide illustrates the substantial water accumulation under current conditions. Once this phase of the stormwater improvement project is complete, it will provide meaningful relief to the neighborhoods. Our long-term goal is to extend these improvements all the way up to Rosedale Avenue. This exhibit shows the approximate limits of the project beginning at Hebe Street, at 17th Street, extending west to West Locust and continuing along West Locust for roughly 200 feet beyond Angela Street, spanning about 1/3 of a mile. Here is a list of key stormwater projects funded in fiscal year 27. In addition to the 17th and West Locust reconstruction project extended to Angela Street, this includes design work to initiate construction for neighborhood stream bank stabilization projects near the future North End Creek Trail. Homes along Keymont Drive and Keymont Court have been experiencing erosion caused by creek encroaching on the slopes beneath them, raising concerns among residents about the long-term stability of their properties. Fiscal year 27 also includes additional funding for detention basin design and repair, and increasing, which now we manage over 60 detention basins around the city of Dubuque. Next, Bob Shizzle, Assistant Bob Shizzle, will be presenting some of the rest of the budget here.
Good evening. I'll bring that down. Good evening, Assistant City Engineer Bob Shizzle. I will be presenting on right-of-way management, streets, sidewalk, pedestrian mobility accommodations, and the traffic operations portion of our budget. The engineering department manages the public right-of-way. Here are some stats for the work our department has done this past year related to permits, sidewalk inspections, and replacements. We are in the 5th year of our volunteer effort called Dubuque Shovel Crew. This effort involved recruiting 19 volunteers this past season to assist with removing snow from public sidewalks at 39 locations. Residents needed to financially qualify for the program and be unable to perform the snow removal themselves. Residents can sign up at the City of Dubuque website. We had a record number of volunteers this year to assist those in need. I would like to say a big thank you to all those volunteers. This slide kind of highlights the FY27 capital improvement projects kind of related to streets, and we'll be elaborating on some of these more specifically on later slides. This slide kind of highlights the FY27 capital improvement projects for sidewalks and various pedestrian mobility improvements. This slide highlights the 2027 capital improvement projects for kind of general citywide repairs that don't really fit into the streets or traffic or sidewalk bucket. Now I'd like to talk about the East-West Corridor capacity improvement initiatives. In an effort to advance this council high priority, the city has already completed $3.25 million in corridor improvements shown on this slide. The city and consultant team are currently working to complete the preliminary engineering design and environmental clearance phase to advance the development of east-west corridor capacity improvements along University Avenue. The graphic on the slide shows the most recent preliminary design concept for corridor improvements at Delhi, Loris, Asbury, and the Pennsylvania intersections, and converting those 4 intersections along University to roundabouts. The city has recently submitted an $18.5 million grant application to the U.S. Department of Transportation through the Build Grant Program to assist with funding for the proposed east-west corridor capacity improvements. The FY 2027 through 2031 proposed budget includes $4.1 million for the 20% local match dollars to leverage the $14.4 million grant application request to assist with funding for final design, property acquisition, and construction for improvements to the 0.6 mile corridor along University Avenue from Pennsylvania to Delhi. We anticipate hearing the results of the grant notification by July 1st. Now shifting to the B2E2 project. In August of 2022, the city was awarded a raised planning grant to assist with the planning and design of a multimodal transportation corridor project, which we entitled Building Bridges to Elevate Employment. The city and consultant team are currently working to complete the preliminary engineering design and NEPA environmental clearance phase to advance the development of the raised planning grant. In June of 2024, the city was awarded a $25 million raise capital grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation, which builds upon the federal raise planning grant that Dubuque received in 2022 to design the proposed improvements. The raised capital grant will assist with funding for the proposed improvements to construct specific elements of the B2E2 project. The specific project elements selected to be incorporated into the $38.72 million raised capital grant are outlined in the table as shown. The funding for the raised capital grant includes $25 million in federal dollars, $3.6 million in city funds, while also leveraging $9.2 million in local STBG dollars and $1 million in partnership contribution from the Canadian Pacific Kansas City Southern Railroad. Improving multimodal transportation corridor safety for all users is a key goal of the RAISE grant. A primary focus of the B2E2 project is the elimination of the at-grade rail crossing conflict on 14th Street and providing for the planning, design, and construction of a proposed vehicular and pedestrian overpass bridge. The combined funding between the RAISE planning grant and the RAISE capital grant is $43.1 million. Now I will shift to the US 20 Northwest arterial improvements. So in 2022, the Iowa Department of Transportation completed a study to evaluate operational and capacity improvements along US Highway 20 between Crescent Ridge and the Old Highway Road, with a specific emphasis on the US 20 and Northwest arterial intersection. For the US 20 Northwest arterial intersection improvements, several concepts and design variations were vetted by the Iowa DOT, and a preferred alternative was selected. The proposed improvements recommend closing all at-grade accesses on the south side of US 20 between Old Highway and Crescent Ridge, close the south leg of the Northwest Arterial intersection, and add a new south frontage road between Old Highway and Crescent Ridge. The plan also recommends closing all at-grade accesses on the north side of US 20 between Old Highway and the Northwest Arterial, and providing a new north side frontage road extending east from Old Highway to the intersection. Additionally, the project proposes adding dual eastbound left turn lanes onto the Northwest Arterial, adding a westbound bypassed right turn lane onto the Northwest Arterial, and operational reconfigurations at the Northwest Arterial intersection and Crescent Ridge intersections. The proposed $18 million project has been recommended by the Iowa DOT staff for consideration in the Iowa DOT's FY 2027 to 31 Transportation Improvement Program. In partnership with the Iowa DOT, the city has identified $6 million in FY 29 and FY 30 utilizing local STBG funds to assist in the proposed US 20 Northwest Arterial intersection improvements, which will leverage a $12 million investment from the Iowa DOT. Now to talk about railroad crossings. With the merger of the Canadian Pacific and Kansas City Southern Railroads, train traffic is projected to double through the city's downtown urban core. The city has partnered with DMATS, the city of Piasta, Dubuque County, and the city of East Dubuque to study the feasibility of implementing railroad crossing improvements which could facilitate establishing railroad quiet zones within each municipality's jurisdictional areas. Based on the results of the rail corridor diagnostics and feasibility study that was completed, the city has previously applied for 2 Federal Railroad Administration grants, a Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Grant, and also a Railroad Crossing Eliminations Grant. Unfortunately, the city was not successful in either grant application. The planning level estimate for the safety improvements at the 12 existing at-grade crossings through downtown is $3.7 million. If we can make all the safety improvements required at all of the crossings, the city could then request from the FRA a quiet zone designation. The tables on this slide show 2 potential funding scenarios: no grant versus if a grant was awarded. The city will continue to apply for any and all eligible FRA grant opportunities that develop. And if successful, we will be making recommendations in future budgets for the required matching funds. Per input from the City Council during the goal-setting process, the proposed funding in FY 27 and 28 will allow the city to retain and collaborate with both CN and CPKC railroads to complete the design of railroad crossing safety improvements. Advancing the design of the crossing improvements in partnership with the railroads should make the city more competitive in future grant opportunities. Now we'll talk about the Southwest Arterial. And now that the Southwest Arterial corridor is replatted and the utility corridors are now established, the city and the Iowa Department of Transportation will be constructing and implementing an intelligent transportation system, or ITS network, along the Southwest Arterial corridor. The city and Iowa DOT will be installing fiber optic communications from US Highway 20 to 61-151, an ITS network consisting of cameras, sensors, dynamic message boards, and other related technology to support transportation and public safety applications. Per the agreement with the DOT, the city is responsible for designing, constructing, operating, and maintaining the fiber optic communications and ITS system, including providing fiber optic cable reserved to be used by the Iowa DOT. The state, in this agreement, will be contributing $1.9 million to the project. This slide shows the Iowa Amphitheater on Schmidt Island as it is nearing completion. As a result of the $3 million Destination Iowa Outdoor Recreation Fund grant through the Iowa Economic Development Authority, the city and DRA are partnering on this impactful project to create a unique and exciting gateway into Iowa that will build upon current outdoor recreational amenities on the island. Construction continues to finish up on paving on the site, food and beverage stations, parking lot, fencing, electrical, and landscaping. The project is scheduled to be completed in June of 2026 in time for the first outdoor concert on July 4th. Now I'll kind of transition into the traffic operations budget. Our traffic operations team is responsible for many behind-the-scenes activities that keep the city traffic system running safely, efficiently, and reliably. These are some of the key functions and duties that the traffic team manages. Here is a list of the FY 2027 capital improvement projects for the traffic operations division. Future initiatives that our traffic team will be working on is the construction and deployment of the Southwest Arterial ITS corridor that I previously mentioned this summer and fall, which will expand communications, monitoring, operational capabilities while integrating with the city's fiber backbone network and data center infrastructure. As part of the Streets Project Phase 2, the department also plans to invest on utilizing FY 26 funding into next generation LiDAR detection technology that will be deployed in 2027. These systems provide improved detection of vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians, and will support enhanced safety, signal optimization, and transportation data collection. Traffic staff will also continue to work on the Central and White Corridor Streetscape Master Plan implementation. With over 1,400 cameras across the city, our video management system provides visibility and data that is needed to actively manage traffic operations, incident reviews, and coordination during current events like construction and other things. The city's video management system aids multiple departments like police, parking, public works, and more to create more efficiencies in their daily jobs. This slide was provided courtesy of the police department. It is just one example of the city's robust camera network system assisting in the police department's crime closure rate. This is due to very good policing, along with the help from some cameras. The Traffic Operations Center manages and maintains the infrastructure behind traffic signal operations, including communications, detection, and control systems. This foundation allows for real-time signal adjustments, improving traffic flow, and dependable system performance. The Traffic Operations Center currently manages 117 traffic signals with detection, preemption, and implemented streets technology. Our traffic signal technicians have transitioned from Public Works to the engineering department, and they maintain traffic signals, street lights, and electrical systems throughout the city. To have such a reliable communications with our 117 traffic signals, fiber optic lines are maintained as a critical fourth utility, supporting efficient operations while minimizing impacts within the right-of-way. While fiber utility management, traffic signal communication, and technology advancements occur within our city, our team also manages developmental studies, safety warrants, and temporary traffic control plans for public and private work. Traffic signage, pavement markings, visibility issues, traffic studies, traffic plans are other elements within the right-of-way that traffic staff review and manage to keep our crews and public safe. With that, I will turn it over to Project Manager Jim Bosley.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and council members. I'm Jim Bosley. I'm a project manager in the engineering department. I'm here tonight to give you a brief presentation on the facilities and miscellaneous improvements that I'm working on along with Justin Hogan, the facilities manager. So right now, the facilities management side of things that Justin and I are working on are some of the current projects and objectives. Some of the bigger things they're working on right now are the facilities master plan, which is going to impact some remodeling of our existing facilities, access control systems. The photo you see in the slide is the Ruby Sutton remodel project last year, and then this year it's completed, except for the elevator, which will be installed here, we're hoping real soon. The historical federal building. This building is going to see an HVAC renovation project that's already started in the study phase, and we've got a consultant on board for that evaluation. The budget impact, that project, the HVAC project, is budgeted for $6.5 million. The budget impact for 2027 is a little over $1.3 million. We're also part of the Bright Minds campus. The finance is remodeling that part of the facility, and there's also upgrades to the IT department out there. And then really what the facilities management is tasked with is working every day to maintain our city's facilities while pushing forward to make them safer, more secure, and accessible to everyone. And we mentioned we added another building this year, which is out at the IT and the data center that's up and running. We're looking forward to continue implementing new smart building technologies. Justin is working on those improvements that will improve the technology and security and access to facilities and consistency throughout the facilities. We're also providing technical assistance to other departments so they may continue to provide their staff and visitors a safe and healthy workplace. And then what I put for this slide here is just the project management support to other departments that I give as a project manager out of the engineering department. I'm not going to steal any of the thunder of the fire department, police, or transit, because these projects I am working on with them, supporting them as a project manager. But there are a number of projects, as you can see, that I'm involved with other departments. Enjoy that very much, to give them the support that they need and they want to keep these projects moving along. And so being a part of those in 2027. And I'm sure they'll highlight some of these projects in their presentations and give you the budget impacts. And then last night you saw a video of the B branch and where that is right now. It's the video is a few weeks old, but they've made progress, real good progress. I want to start out with a slide here that just showed what it was before we started last June, first week of June, the existing facility, how it was, and the budget impacts that we see here, or the funding that we see here is related to the cost of the project, obviously, and the breakdown. But I think what's most important here is we know the overall price or cost of the project and the money that we receive from grants and other sources. The current budget impact for 2027 is about $5.1 million. We don't use up that whole amount in 1 year. It's phased over a number of years. Obviously, this project is taking more than 1 year. So this kind of is an overview of what that is and then the budget impact for 2027. And then you also saw in the video this progress that's being made at the B branch. And you know, currently the contractors are installing those circular piles that'll eventually be filled with concrete and reinforcing steel. There's a total of 258 of them, and the piles will support the proposed pumping station. As of now, there's, I believe, since I typed this last week, there's about 110, I think, that are piles that are in of the 258. So this work on the foundation and getting ready for the actual structure that sits on it is about a 6-month duration. And then this is just a slide that shows a rendering of what the completed project is going to look like, the pumping station, and the substantial completion date, which is important, is that August 2027 that we're shooting for, and then final closeout of that project, fingers crossed, is November 2027. And again, I'll reiterate, these pumps, there's going to be 4 of them, replacing the 2 that are existing at 100,000 gallons per minute each, to 4 100,000 gallon a minute each pumps that will have each pump a 1,000 horsepower motor on them. And then I saved the best slide for last. We talk about budget impacts. This one is not going to cost the city money. This is revenue. One of the other things that I manage as part of my job, my responsibilities, are the riverfront lease revenue and wharfage. And I get a lot of support from Anita Gagnier, is very good with tracking the leases, Tracy Shadle, also helping with the leases and updating the leases and negotiating leases, as well as the staff at the city attorney's office. So a lot of people involved in this, but it generates on the riverfront side, the rent, over $4.3 million, and the wharfage, $175,000. That's the end of mine, and Gus will wrap things up. Thank you.
Finally, let's turn to the support that enables our department to keep advancing the ideas, projects, and innovations that shape the future of the key city. The fiscal year property tax support for the engineering department is $1.3 million. The average homeowner's property tax cost for the city engineering department is $20. To meet the needs of the recommended budget, the monthly stormwater fee for the average homeowner is proposed to increase by 99 cents per SFU from an average of $11.03 per month to an average of $12.02 per month. The city provided $164,000 in utility fee subsidies during fiscal year 25 to assist low to moderate income residents. With this funding, it's coming from the general fund. This slide provides a summary of the subsidies and credits offered by the stormwater utility since it was established in 2003. In total, the program provides approximately $609,000 in assistance across a range of eligible situations, all outlined in the table above. Class B residential farms currently receive a 75% reduction on their stormwater bill, and property tax exempt organizations receive a 50% reduction, which is a subsidy through the general fund. A comparison of Dubuque stormwater utility fee rate with those of Iowa's largest communities shows that Dubuque continues to have the second highest rate, while the average rate among other communities is $7.80. Most of the communities do not experience the same geographical and topographical constraints that the city of Dubuque faces, conditions that historically contribute to significant flooding and erosion challenges. Lastly, I want to thank the city manager and members of the city council for your support and guidance. I especially want to thank my engineering staff and our colleagues across all departments for the strong partnership that make our work possible. We truly value the collaboration we've built over the years. We appreciate your continued support as we move forward. So thank you very much. And any questions?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Gus, and thank you, Bob, and Jim as well. We'll actually do public input first, so you can take a seat for a moment, and then we'll see if anybody, members of the public, have anything to say, and then we'll bring it back to us. So we are in a public hearing on the engineering department fiscal year 27 budget. Do we have any public input on this particular budget?
Clark Slows, 2925 Burlington Street. I just want to say, as being a retired county engineer, that, I appreciate the survey crew, because without them, engineers can't do anything. Let's put it that way, give them credit. And for today, I actually read the policy books for each of the departments tonight, and some interesting things in their facilities management. If I read it right, their expenses went down. Attaboy on that. There are some other departments here, not only did their expenses go down, their property taxes that they were getting are going down. Again, attaboy. The budget and the finance people may be thinking right now, there's somebody who's actually reading those books. To me, that's the Sears Christmas catalog on that. It's nice to see that there are departments there that are cutting back on their expenses. For those that haven't, it's more than just that number. Look at the reason why. I hate to bring up Paul Harvey, but there's the rest of the story. There's a story behind each increase or each decrease on that. So just don't look at the percentages. You look at the dollars, and then there's the reason for the dollars, whether they're plus or minus. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you, Clark, for your comments. Anybody else this evening on this particular budget? All right. Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually? Okay. All right. Well, we can come back to us for discussion then. Before I go question, Mike, I think you left a piece of paper on our desk here about the, or maybe it was Jenny Larson, about the stormwater fees going forward. I just wanted some clarification on that before we start our discussion here.
Sure. So this just reflects, we do 5-year projections on our utility fees, and this just reflects a reduction in our projections in the last 2 years. And basically the reason for that is, as we were doing the stormwater budget, we were looking at putting 2 of the council priorities in that capital projects. One was the 17th and Locust Street stormwater project, and the other was the 22nd and Kaufman Street project. So we were able to find all the funding needed to do the 17th and Locust Street project. And when I say all the funding needed, it's not just stormwater money, because when you do a massive stormwater project like this, you take the whole street out, so the street has to be replaced from street funds. You disrupt the water lines, and many times in these older parts of town, the water lines need to be replaced anyway, so you also need money from the water budget. Then there's disruption of the sanitary sewer system, and you want to, while you've got everything dug up anyway, you do some replacement of sanitary sewers. So there's 4 budgets that all have to line up to do a massive project like this. So we were able to identify all the funding for 17th and Locust. Not, and as he said, not all the way to Rosedale, but far enough along that it'll relieve most of the problem that exists there. And then we thought we had the funding lined up for 22nd and Kaufman. We did from a stormwater perspective. But in the end, we couldn't identify enough funding to reconstruct the street. So we had to take that out of the budget recommendation, the 5-year recommendation. However, the rate increases that we showed for the 5 years reflected that that project was still in there. And so we identified that today, and we're able to show that in the last 2 years, the projected rate increase is 3% a year. And so that's the replacement page that you received today.
All right, so to summarize, a little good news and a little bad news in there. We've got, so what you handed to us, I'm just going to read it just to help everybody because I can see it and I know that everybody out there can't. It just says, in fiscal year 27, the 2027 Residence Guide, page 123, cost of municipal services, the projected stormwater fee increase has been reduced in fiscal years 2030 and 2031 to 3%. Additional analysis by the city's financial advisor, independent public advisors, has determined that these outer years could be reduced from 8%, which was the original projection in fiscal year 30, and 7% in fiscal year 31, down to 3% in both of those years. This maintains the 10% cash reserve for the stormwater fund and meets the bond covenant requirements in both years. What you're saying is basically the reason we're able to do that is because we thought we had the money for 22nd and Kaufman to do that work, and then ended up not having that money in the 5-year CIP budget, and we just didn't line this up necessarily with the other enterprise funds and the general fund money that was there. So this is basically just saying, this is reflecting the fact that we're not actually raising the rates to pay for that 22nd and Kaufman.
Yes.
All right. Okay, which we can talk more about, of course, but okay. Thank you very much, Mike. All right, any discussion from council? This is an opportunity for questions on this particular budget. Were you gonna go, Ms. Wethel?
I can.
Yeah, Ms. Wethel,
Yeah,
and then I'll come to
sure.
you, Mr. Estes.
So I'm gonna go to item 3 of 9 on page 7. This is for an FTE custodian position 1, and it talks about the Brightmine campus coverage. And the reason this probably came front of mind for me, there was a request. There's requests for staff through our budget, and I respect that you need staff, and we can't fund all the staff that you would like to have. However, this one was interesting to me because we actually would work in partnership between the tenants, and they would pay 49% of that custodial staff member. And so the budget would be a recurring general fund, but it would be $37,000 as opposed to a general custodian. The other interesting piece of it is it just talked about the square footage that is now required to clean. It's a tremendous amount more work to do with the same number of staff. And so I just wanted to bring it to council's attention. If we were going to invest in a custodial position, to me, this creates a unique opportunity because it is a partnership funded. If you could just speak to it a little bit.
Yeah, and part of the partnership obviously are some of the other areas that aren't IT or finance.
Right.
And finance moving out there obviously adds square footage to the already work that the custodial staff has to do, so there's additional space there.
Hey, Jim, can you step up to the mic a little
Oh,
bit
I'm
more?
sorry,
That's okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Just so everybody in the room can hear you
Yeah,
too.
sorry. We're fixing that noise too that you hear in the HVAC system, so that'll
Thank
go
you.
away hopefully soon.
Engineering update right there.
Yeah, sorry. It is kind of annoying. So no, the part of that funding, yes, comes from the other facilities that are out there, or other entities that are out there, but That, the additional square footage is obviously why we needed that extra custodial person and the square footage. And it was presented as a need, as one individual that would take care of that facility. And so it's just a matter of a priority, I guess. And the fact that we have existing custodial staff that may end up having to double up on some of the duties. So the request is valid. There is a need. It's just a matter of prioritizing where that money would come from to be able to supplement the other facilities that would be paying a part of that.
And so how is it being cleaned right now? I mean, just, it's a new facility, and as far as maintenance of what we have, I just want to make sure, because it sounds like this person is spread quite thin.
Yeah, they don't go out there every day. There are days they go out there and they're scheduled, and there's minimal tasks that they do from a custodial standpoint that they have to do, like empty garbage cans and things of that nature, and do some general cleaning. Maintenance-wise, we're just address those maintenance issues when they come up. It's a new facility, but it doesn't mean that there aren't things that come up. That's kind of almost like a misnomer. You think you have a new facility, you aren't going to have any issues. You have to plan. There's always maintenance, but it's minimal. We're doing what we can with the staff we have,
Okay.
and it's just not a full-time situation.
I just wanted to bring it
I
to
hope I
light.
didn't confuse you, but as we add square footage, this is going to come up, and this is just a thing. It's the level of service we can provide of custodians and their time. It's what we have, and so we're making do. But if there isn't an improvement package that's approved, we're just going to have to continue as we are, and that's a kind of a part-time or minimal amount of effort out there to keep things cleaned. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Next, I wanted to talk about page 8 and the difference between, both of them are not recommended, but item 4 of 9 and item 5 of 9. 4 of 9 is civil engineer 2, 5 of 9 is civil engineer 3. They are obviously different salaries, but I just was curious about what the difference is between those two, as the description is, I'm not an engineer, so I guess I'd like to learn more.
Gus Ahoya, city engineer. So Max O'Brien left the division to take the job at Public Works as Assistant Public Works Director. So he's a civil engineer 3, a higher level engineer that basically supervises that whole division. So in Max leaving, we were looking at hiring a civil engineer 2, and then after 2 years are eligible to get a civil engineer 3 position. So we were just looking at if it's possible to hire a civil engineer 3 now. So we're going to go out and advertise for a civil engineer 2 right now and see if we have any luck hiring that position. And then we'll determine if we have somebody to be able to fill his shoes, basically.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, is this to replace Max then?
To replace Max, yeah.
But these two are not recommended.
Well, we were going to look for another engineer because there's such a workload in that particular division with the.
I see.
Max managed both the sanitary division in that group and the stormwater. And it's just a lot of work. So it's not recommended, but we're trying to, and Max is still helping us right now. So Max is continuing to help us. Not only is he working in the Public Works Department, but he helps us do projects too in engineering right now until we get that position hired as a civil engineer too.
And so right now, would you be contracting out that work?
Well, some of the work is contracted out because there's such big jobs that are in that particular division with both the South Fork and the Middle Fork. So there's engineers that are working, 2 consultants are working on each individual project. But Todd Irwin in our division, and that division's managing one. And then Max continues to manage the Middle Fork there. So right now, we're in good shape, and we probably can do it with the civil engineer 2 position if we could find one. But like Max, for instance, it took us 2 years to find somebody qualified like him. So it's
Well-
not easy to hire an engineer that's able to hit the ground running like Max did.
If you were to pay someone as a contracted employee for a civil engineer 3, how much would you need to pay a contracted employee?
Well, for
to do that?
consultants, they're usually, 2.5 to 3 times higher.
So in breaking down the civil engineer 3, that would be $52.90 an hour about with benefits, and that's the full fund. Now, that's stormwater user fees and sanitary user fees as recurring, so it's not out of the general fund, I understand. But my question is, just as we look at contracted employees versus full-time employees, and I could not find, and I'm sorry if it's in here and I didn't see it, the amount that we are estimating we would spend on contracted civil engineer work. Not necessarily broken down into 2 or 3 in the coming year, but how we budget that for the coming year with all of the projects that we have our top priority, as we discussed.
So that's a tough question, but what we do basically is we handle everything that we possibly can handle internally. Like the 2 major projects that we talked about tonight, both the South Fork and the Middle Fork, we don't have the staff to do it expeditiously within like the timeline that we want to do. We can do those projects, but it takes several staff to be able to engineer those projects of that magnitude in the millions of dollars. We can do those kind of jobs, but we can't do it with the staff we have, so we hire that out. So Jim talked about the B branch pumping station. We don't have the forces and the expertise to design that type of project. That takes very specialized, structural, geotechnical, electrical engineers that design that. But there is some jobs we can do internally and some jobs we can't. So we look at each job and see what we can do and we can't do, and the timeline and other projects that conflicted. So that basically dictates what we can and can't do. So right now, if we can hire the civil engineer 2 to replace Max, we'll be in good shape for right now.
Okay.
But I might add, our other concern is related to our design review process. So when developers submit projects for our design review, we have to partner with their engineering firms to do all the analysis on stormwater, sanitary sewer, and with only one person to do that with that level of expertise, it does slow the process down. And of course, that frustrates developers sometimes when they're ready to move faster than we have the ability to do, because the time it takes to do all the review that we have to do.
And if I recall, last year or year prior, I think we had a similar conversation maybe about the question of contracted engineering services versus in-house engineering services. And the concern that you might need one this year to do this project, but then if you create that FTE, then you might not need that every year in future years. But I look forward in all of what we have listed there as a top priority, and I just think about how we can be most expeditious, but thoughtful financially in investing in people who can do in-house work versus outside contracted work. And I know that estimating how much we would need and how much we could use that person is difficult, but when you come to us and you ask for 2 engineers, and a top priority is to do what those engineers are doing, I'm concerned about our ability to not fund them this year. So I'd invite any, thoughts from anyone else.
I mean, so every day we look at like projects that come up or different schedules, and like today we were talking, hey, Max needs an inspector on one of his public works projects that he's managing now for like Ragbri. So we're trying to figure out who could possibly fit in that slot this particular 2 or 3 weeks or a month, so we don't have to hire somebody and pay 2 to 3 times the rate. So we're really cognizant of the expenditures every day. So we look at that. Who can we shift? Who can we move around every day, every week, every month to do this particular project that's a higher priority now than it was a few weeks ago?
Well, please know that I'm not saying you use it too much. I'm just saying my job is to make sure that tax dollars are used efficiently. And in looking forward of all the work we must do through your department, I think you guys do a fine job of doing as much in-house as you can, but my job is to make sure you have the resources to do that, so,
Thank you.
thanks.
Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. A couple quick questions and then kind of a longer question. First of all, the employee expense in 2 years is almost doubled. But is that doubling, does that include the consultants, et cetera, that Ms. Wethel was talking about, or is that just simply for our people?
So I guess I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
Well, I guess on page 3, we've almost doubled in 2 years the amount of employee expense. And I'm just wondering if employee expense means City of Dubuque employee, or just, does that include some of the outside consultants, or is that just us?
Jennifer Larson, Chief Financial Officer. The employee expense is just city employees, so their base salary and plus benefits. Consultants would be in the supplies and services line item.
Thank you, because we're going from almost 42 employees, FTE, to where next year we're at 45 and a quarter or so. So we are,
So here's what happened, I'll tell you that.
Yes.
So a few months back, we tried to be clear in our budget presentation, maybe it wasn't clear. Public Works has 3 people in their traffic signal operations. So this year, we took over those 3 employees. So right now, we manage 3 people that previously were in Public Works that are engineering department now. So that accounts for the 3 FTEs that you see. Because right now, we were managing them anyhow. They'd come down and get direction from us. And Dwayne Richter, one of our traffic engineers, he basically manages those 3 people with all the other stuff he has to do. So we
Great.
took on that responsibility this year, I think at the beginning of the year. So that's where you see those FTEs from 41 to 43, or 44.
The other thing I would add is the fiscal year 25 column is actual expense, and fiscal year 26 and 27 are budgeted expenses. So we talked about this the other night, is that there's vacancies that occur. So the actual expense, employee expense column would show that we didn't spend that money on vacant positions. But the budgeted expense would show we're budgeting to assume we don't have vacancies.
thank you to both of you for those explanations. That helps me. Now, what is a payment to construction fund? A couple of years ago, it was $6 million, and now it's $1.1 million. I didn't know what that was, that
Yeah,
category.
just a second, thank you. Thank you.
So the payment to construction fund, we maintain separate funds for operating for enterprise and construction. So the payment to construction is transferring funds from operating to construction to do projects.
I see, so that's going to go up and down as,
Yep, as project levels fluctuate.
all right, thank you very much for that. And lastly,
Could I add one other thing to Gus's explanation about the transfer of the 3 employees from Public Works to engineering? So you'll see on page 73, which is the Public Works budget, which will be presented later tonight, that they show a reduction in employee staffing. And that's accounting for that transfer to the engineering department where it shows an increase. They were already city employees, they're just in a different department now.
okay, great, thank you very much. I'll look for that. And then finally, I know I've already heard some creative solutions about sharing and public and private. So my question is about public and private partnerships, considering those to increase financial efficiency. I'm just wondering, and you're part of this, but it's mostly for Mr. Van Milligan. So, I mean, we have facilities management, we have a maintenance worker that was turned down, brought up by Ms. Wethel. There's pavement marking, there's sidewalk construction. I just remember when we had to, when we said we need sidewalks, it was mentioned in here that if the citizens get their own work done, it'll probably be about half the price of, if we had to do the work with, under rigid, with city workers, city installed. So I was just wondering, how much of the, things like, again, I don't know the technical aspects, how hard it would be to do pavement marking as far as just replacing what's on there, or sidewalk construction, or other things that we have businesses here who might partner with us for a lower fee. I guess I'm just curious what your philosophy on that is, or what's the working policy about, because this department and many departments are going to have a lot to do, and just, is that any kind of solution?
So the example you use is a capital construction project. And so, for instance, if the city were to bid, let's say sidewalks in front of 10 houses to be replaced, there's no doubt that we would end up paying more through our bidding process than if each individual homeowner just contracted with a private contractor. But that's on capital projects, and it's on those kinds of capital projects, ones where a homeowner could, find a contractor that just does small jobs, and it's going to be less expensive, doesn't have all the requirements that we would have in a bid package. And mostly those small contractors aren't going to bid our larger jobs. So from that perspective, yes, there can be savings, but I'll take you to the other example, which is the 10 miles of streets that we pave every year with city crews. Now, I'd say there's two reasons to do that. One is, once we invest in all the equipment and everything, we can do it cheaper than a contractor could do it. But the other thing is, we need a certain number of public works people to survive our winters and to plow our streets and to ice our streets. Well, we're not going to lay those people off in the summer. We're not going to have anybody to come to work. So in the summer, we find other productive ways to use them. We pave 10 miles of streets. So, there are some things that a private contractor would do cheaper, and there are some things that we can do cheaper. You talk about custodian services. So 20 years ago, we used to contract out for all of our custodial service. We didn't have any employees, and it was less expensive. But quite frankly, the quality was just atrocious. And then we would find employees of these private companies doing things at night that you would not want people to be doing in your building. And it was just the quality of the employee these places were hiring was keeping their prices low, but the service was terrible. And so we transitioned to where the custodians are now city employees. Now, I can tell you, as we look at getting more space, like was put in these proposals, we'll probably look at contracting certain elements out. So maybe we won't do the buffing and shining of the floors anymore. Maybe we'll contract that out. Certain things like that. So sort of a mixture of that kind of thing.
Well, it's very interesting to hear your philosophy and your working policy and the history of that. So obviously, you've considered that quite a bit, and we have a history with that. And in no way was I trying to say, we have excellent, city employees. So when they do it right, and you have control over the quality of our employees, which I appreciate. But I'm glad that you also, consider every way that we can to minimize the costs, like that sharing that situation that Ms. Wethel had talked about, and from the engineering department. And so everybody's got their heads up for the possibility. So thank you very much for your answers, and I learned a lot today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Rousseau, go for it.
Thank you. What I noticed as you were going through the presentation, is that these projects are the basics that cities need to provide to our residents to keep our community safe from traffic and flooding and all of those things. And I think it's important to remember that pushing off some of these necessary projects is in itself a form of debt that we'll have to pay at some point, and probably at a higher cost. What I also noticed is that there are so many of these projects that have leveraged a small amount of city funding to a very large amount of federal or state funding that helps us get these projects done here in Dubuque with a small investment from our own community and a large investment from other sources. So I appreciate the work that you do to be prepared to have those. And so I think what I would like you to maybe share with some of our listeners is that some of the things we do to be ready for those projects. So some of the money that maybe is sitting there to prepare for the future, so that, like the grants you said, if we don't have this ready, we're not going to get that important grant.
So Bob mentioned a perfect project that we've been working with the DOT for several years, and that's the US 20 project at the Northwest Arterial, improving that whole intersection, the backups that have occurred. So we partner with ECIA it's like an $18 million project. So the state asked us to fund a third of it. So we have to come up with $6 million of the $18 million project. So, Bob and everybody works with ECIA, and there's $6 million over there with ECIA money. So we're going to leverage the ECIA money, which could come to the city of Dubuque, with the $12 million from the state, and we'll do that project together with the DOT. So that's a perfect example. And then Jim mentioned the B Branch pumping station, $28 million project, but thanks to Terry Goodman and everybody, that we secured $18 million of that project. So, or 16 million, it's a big number. We basically 2 grants for $8 million. So we used a little city money and a lot of other money from, whether it's the state or federal government, to fund a project like that. So they're always looking for ways to fund these big projects, because we couldn't do it with that stormwater fee of $10 a month.
Well, I thank you for that explanation, and thank you for the work that you do to help our investment mean so much more to all of our residents. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Linedecker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Gus, Bob, and Jim for your presentation, your budget presentation here and the details. And especially I appreciate Jim outlining the lease revenue and the wharfage that's created. I know in my orientation as being a new city council member, he touched on that. I think that's very impactful from an overall budgetary standpoint. My question is, going back to page 3, is the recharges to service funds, if someone could just walk through what that exactly is from a budgetary standpoint?
Sure. So the administrative overhead recharges are administrative departments of the city. So typically general, or if they are general funded departments. So it's things like the legal department, city clerk, planning, city manager's office, finance. So all those administrative departments that provide service to the enterprise funds. So water, sanitary sewer, stormwater, refuse, parking, and in some cases landfill. They use all those services. So in order for the general fund to not be subsidizing those services to the enterprise funds, there is an admin overhead recharge calculation, and it varies by how much the services are used by the utilities. So for example, in engineering, there are administration and project engineering that is not directly recharged to capital projects. they're recharged equally between general fund, sanitary, storm, and water, whereas like the finance department outside of utility billing is recharged over general, sanitary, storm, sewer, water, parking, landfill, because we provide services to all those funds. So it's just an equal distribution of the charges to make sure that enterprise funds are being charged their share of the costs.
Thank you. How is that being tracked and exactly calculated? Is that in this information that we have?
It's in the policy fiscal and budget policy guidelines that were adopted at the maximum property tax hearing. But it's calculated by taking the net budget for each of the administrative departments and then dividing it over the funds, including the general fund.
And employees submit their time that they're allocating for the various departments, or?
No, it's based strictly off of what the net budget amount is.
Okay. Based on historical use of those services from the allocation of legal and various accounting and other departments?
So, no, so it's based off of the submitted net budget, for example, for finance, the non-utility billing portion. I mean, our budget is based off of historical figures when that budget is developed, so indirectly, yes. But no, no one's tracking time. There's really not a great way to do that any more accurately than the way we are currently doing administrative overhead.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't operate like a law firm where they track, each client they serve and, their phone calls and their meetings with them, and they're working on their paperwork and then they bill them. So no, we don't have a system like that where we track all the time. Now, engineering does on their capital projects, but not generally throughout the organization.
So that number's, how does that number come up then? Do we get to that number? Because I just see it fluctuating over the periods. That's why I was, from actual 25, it's about $500,000 to requested 27, it's about 2.25 million.
So it will fluctuate depending on the expenses of the departments recharging. So if there are, for example, some non-recurring improvement packages, it may fluctuate in a year where, there's a significant cost in non-recurring, and then it might go back down because that cost goes away. And then it was also something that was implemented over time, so not all the funds immediately went to 100% paying for their share of the overhead rate. I think it took roughly 10 years to phase in since we started phasing it in 2013 under this calculation.
So we can send you the policy guidelines page that shows the percent by each of the franchise utilities.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. I appreciate that. Going back to Mr. Resnick's question on the overall expenses for the employee expenses. So I think it would be helpful at some point to look at what overall staffing levels were so we can see on an actual basis versus requested basis from 25 to 27 what the actual increases have been. Because if you look at, understand that the 3 FTEs are from the traffic signal, but if you look at 25 actual to forecast or requested, it's 41 employees to 45 roughly, but overall it's a 77.88% increase in employee expense. So looking at the numbers on the surface, it's probably a little misleading because there was probably vacancies and things of that nature. But I think it would be helpful to see what those actual increases are. And I think we all understand, costs are going up, competitive wages, inflation, things of that nature, but it'd be good to see the actuals and the requested.
So I don't have the exact page number, but at the back of every department, there are reports. So there's line item reports for expense and revenue, and then there's also a history of their FTE count. So it'll give you, I think it's 3 years history on how their FTEs would have changed.
Okay, thank you.
Can I jump in? Just a related question to that. So is this 41.8 7 should be 45, but they're just, don't have the employees filled. Is that right? No.
No.
So the 41 represents the employees that aren't filled?
Yes, correct.
No, so the FTE count is what's budgeted in each fiscal year, not what's filled, yeah.
So 41 is what's budgeted, not what's filled. Okay.
Yep.
So part of coming in under budget was, they were short 4 employees or 3 employees, depending on when the 3 left. Is that accurate?
No, so it's the approved FTE budget for that fiscal year. And then since that fiscal year, they transferred 3-point-some FTEs from Public Works into engineering. So then there was an increase in their budgeted FTEs in fiscal year '27.
Yeah, so in that number in FY '25 of 41.71, so that was the budgeted number of employees. Now,
Oh, the 45 has the ones from the traffic?
correct,
Okay.
right. And then I also believe we added a position over that 3-year period. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was in,
Yeah, we added Parker Legal, traffic,
the traffic person.
traffic,
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Landecker, were you done? Did you have anything?
No, I'm done.
further?
Thank
Okay,
you.
all right. How about you, Mr. Saber? You good?
Yeah. I was just thinking sometimes when somebody's asking a question, I have a related question.
Sure.
Is that not a good way to do it?
Well, let me recognize you first, because technically, if Mr. Linedecker has the floor, we got to do that, and then I'll come to you. But yeah, it worked out this time, so it's perfect. Yeah. So you're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Spring, go for it.
Gus, the railroad quiet zones, I'm all for us figuring that out. We mentioned last night about how the ADA changes policies and rules and such. My concern is if we design these crossings so they're safe and quiet, and maybe we don't do anything with this plans that we've created for like the next 4 or 5 years, do you think that those plans we won't have to change them or modify them again? Because does the railroad really change how they like their special quiet zones?
I really can't answer that question.
Maybe.
Bob, can you? I mean, there's always a possibility something could change.
I guess the best way to answer that question is, as part of the budget, we budgeted, we are proposing $400,000 in '27 and an additional $400,000 in '28. And the thought there is let's engage the railroad, bring them to the table, and let them tell us, how these railroad crossing safety improvements need to be designed. Because they're the experts, it's their facility. Another caveat is, with these proposed safety improvements at these railroad crossings, we cannot do them. We would actually have to hire the railroad to actually do that work to those crossings. So, again, I think it's vitally important to see if we can't bring them to the table and have those discussions and what those safety improvements are going to look like at each crossing, so that we get it right. It's their facility. They can tell us what type of safety improvements are required. Now, we did hire a consultant to assist us and give us some, 10,000-foot overview of what those safety improvements may look like. But really, we need to, we really need to engage both railroad entities, to kind of vet this out. Then I also truly believe that if we do bring them on as a partner to help us design what these safety improvements could be, that's really going to make any kind of future grant applications that we submit that much more powerful.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I just wanted to make sure that when we're going to design these, that this is it. We don't have to redesign them and spend even more money, because I get it. Then the second question I had was, of course, about that lovely 14th Street overpass. Do we have a time frame as to when any potential construction is going to start? Because I know it sounds like we're still budgeting, we're still kind of designing it, but do we have any of a time frame at all? Or no, nothing?
It's a long process. As I mentioned in the slides, we're working through the preliminary design and the environmental right now. And we have to, because of the federal dollars involved, we get to play by the federal playbook. And so we have to get environmental clearance, or NEPA clearance for the entire project, which we're diligently working on trying to get. But we cannot begin any final design or any property acquisition or anything like that until we have environmental clearance. So our hope is that once we get environmental clearance and we can begin final design, that it's going to be a multi-phased project where, the hope is that, we could start on some of the corridor improvements on Elm Street or 16th Street, potentially start some of the roundabouts, things like that, that are a little easier to complete, and potentially have work going on some of those corridors and building roundabouts as we finish the design for the actual 14th Street overpass bridge structure. And so that would be bid last. So again, my hope is that different phases will be under construction, and then we will bid the bridge project last, which, don't hold me to this, but I'm hopefully targeting 2028, where we could be bidding that overpass bridge.
And then Gus, last questions for you is that Catfish Creek project. Can you remind us how many miles that whole project is?
So, so there, it's 1 mile, about 1 mile. The South Fork one.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
All right, yeah, Ms. Wethel.
One other question on the railroad. I'm not sure who best to answer.
Bob's our railroad expert.
We did have a partnership, maybe within the last year, where didn't CPKC Rail give us a $100,000 partnership grant to close 15th Street as part of this project? Is that right?
Yes. It's actually a program facilitated through the FRA, through the Iowa DOT, to encourage at-grade railroad crossing closures. So it's an incentive type of a program where if the city agrees, which we did for the 15th Street crossing, the railroad basically gives us $100,000, which they did, and then the Iowa DOT through the FRA grant gives us $100,000, which we did receive for the closure of the 15th Street crossing.
And as we talk about the quiet zones and the fact that at this point we're not able to fund it, is there opportunities to go maybe one by one and do a project similar to what we did on 15th? I know that that closure is unique a bit, but
Absolutely, that's an option. You could do one crossing at a time and just systematically, but to be clear, we would have to have all of the crossings improved or upgraded to the minimum required safety standards for each crossing before we could even consider applying to the FRA for a quiet zone designation.
and doesn't it have to be a consistent length of rail to qualify as a quiet zone? Do I remember that right?
Yes, so, if you had a huge metropolitan area, like say, Chicago or Milwaukee, you might be able to do it in segments, but for Dubuque, due to our size and the length of our, of the rail through our downtown, the length would require us to do from the Lock and Dam all the way to the south end, that length for us to be able to qualify. We wouldn't just be able to do, say 4 or 5 crossings on the north end of town and say, okay, let's do a quiet zone up there. For us, it doesn't work that way. because you're right, there are certain lengths and requirements, and I don't have those memorized, but just how we're located, it would require us to do upgrade all of our crossings.
So
and to be able
chipping
to get
away
a-
at it would not be an efficient way. One crossing at a time, as we did, would be a very difficult years of investment. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Staver.
So does the railroad companies bear any of the burden of any of these improvements that we're trying to make based on their uptick in traffic?
No. When the proposed railroad merger was taking place, the city presented a case and expressed our concerns to the Federal Railroad Administration. And the Federal Railroad Administration required the railroad to do an environmental study for their entire rail length where the where the merger was going to take place. Obviously, we were concerned as a city as how was this going to impact us. So the railroads had to do, again, like I said, this environmental study. They did the environmental study for Dubuque, and the environmental study showed that there would be no significant negative impact for the Dubuque community. We objected to that study, but the Federal Railroad Administration honored the environmental study that the railroad provided. An example, the same environmental study that was done, Davenport got $10 million. We got zero.
And it's going to triple the number of trains coming through town, right?
Double.
Double.
They're
Okay.
projecting double.
Thought I heard triple. Okay. I had one more. Did you mention there's one of the HVAC upgrade for this building, $6 million? Were you the one that mentioned that?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
The HVAC upgrade to this building, did you say was $6 million?
Oh, for the federal building?
Yeah. Oh.
For the mechanical systems?
Jim Bosley, the project manager in engineering. Yes, the budgeted number that we're looking at to do the project is $6.5 million. We're hoping it'll cost less, but that's what we budgeted. It's a major overhaul of the systems.
Do you know what the square footage of this building is, by chance?
No.
No.
You know, about 70,000 square feet.
Thank you.
And I would add, part of this project is triggered by the fact that the post office intends to reduce their footprint in the building. And so that will affect the HVAC systems, which already are problematic and need replacing, but it's just going to get a lot worse then if we don't do something.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. London.
Question for Bob here on back to the railroad environmental study. Did we order that environmental study or did the railroad?
The Federal Railroad Administration required that of the railroad as part of their proposed merger.
So they paid for the study.
The railroad did. Yep.
And same down in Davenport, you said?
Yep.
That was the same?
I don't know the actual length, but wherever the merger of CPKC, or the merger of CN and Kansas City Southern, wherever that merger was going to impact communities, they were required to do an environmental assessment for the impacts to those communities.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Okay. I don't think I have any questions, guys, but thank you very much for the for what you've provided tonight. There was a lot of good questions asked that actually answered a bunch of what I had. I would just point something out that has really stuck out to me here. You know, the fact that 22nd and Kaufman is not able to make it into the 5-year CIP is disappointing. But that's despite the fact that we're proposing a 9% increase in the stormwater fees in particular. And I understand what Mike said as city manager, that any of those projects are going to involve multiple different funds that have to pay for things because there's water that runs under the street, there's sewer, all that. But, that's the challenge that I think we're up against here, is that even with an increase like that, we can't get to one of our high priorities in the 5-year capital improvement plan. And it is really disappointing. I think I'm stopped by folks equally to talk to me about 22nd flooding and I'm sorry, Kaufman flooding mainly, like up Kaufman, and flooding on 17th and Locust. So both of these are equally important, and yet we really just don't have the capacity to be able to do much more than what we are. I'm not saying that I'm blaming us for it. I'm just saying it's the fact. It's the challenge that we have in having to deal with this. And it's a frustration because we have work that needs to get done. We have big projects that we need to do. And they're really expensive and really hard to do. What I will say with that, though, is I know that a lot of the conversations that we have, particularly in Washington, D.C., revolve around these two projects and some of the things that need to get done with the B branch. So the Gates and Pumps project was a constant conversation in the last 4 years when we have discussions with our partners in Washington. And then as these other projects have been too, these are really hard to find federal funding for, is one of the biggest problems. And you're shaking your head, Bob, because that's what I've discovered in having those discussions with members of Congress, and then also with in particular, FEMA is where we're really trying to find that money to be able to do that. So it's been challenging, and I don't think it's going to get any less challenging in the years ahead. So it's one of those things that I hope we can find a way to get that done too, and add it to the CIP at some point in the next couple of years, because it needs to get done. The 22nd and Kaufman, but particularly up Kaufman, where people are still getting flooding on pretty drastic measures. I think we need to continue to work on it. So I hope we can. Okay, we can further discuss anything else if we want to, decide, in our action item later, if there's anything else we want to particularly hold. We can go ahead and have that discussion. But for now, what I'll say is thank you very much for the presentation this evening. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Jenny, did you have something, or are you just doing the switch over? You're doing the switch over. All right. All right. Well, we are going to officially switch to our second public hearing of the evening for the budget presentation. This is the Public Works Department, so give us a few minutes and we'll be ready to go.
Good grief, where's... Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Ariel Swift. I'm your Public Works Director here for the City of Dubuque. I want to start off, normally my presentation is pretty data heavy. This year I really wanted to focus on the story that is Public Works. So I want to start off with something simple. Public Works is the heart of Dubuque. Just like your own heart, you don't really think about it when it's working. When it's not, it affects everything, because everything depends on it. A city doesn't get to pause. I believe our CFO and budget manager behind me can agree to that. Our systems run constantly. They adjust under pressure, and when something goes wrong, everyone feels it immediately. But that's our responsibility that our team carries every single day. Our mission statement sounds pretty technical on paper, but in practice, what it means is that we keep the city functioning. We preserve, we construct, we maintain and respond 24/7. No snow day, no shutdown, no off-season, and for some employees, some years, depending upon weather, no holidays off either. They're compensated for it, but no holidays off either. We're talking about the systems people rely on without even thinking. The essentials, streets, utilities, waste, emergency response. There's something that the crews say in Public Works, and it's, when something goes wrong, people call fire and police. When something goes wrong, who do fire and police call?
it's Public Works, because typically it's snow or some other event or a tree or something that needs to be kind of pushed out of the way. So these aren't extras. They're the foundation for everything else. We also made the original, including the Metropolitan Solid Waste Agency. It all connects, because a reliable city depends on reliable partners. This is the team behind that reliability. And in the audience is the team that leads these members. It's a lean structure, though it looks massive, especially because there's 94 staff across 6 divisions. We work in 30 different service sub-activities. So the breadth of what we do, it's a very lean structure. There's not a lot of redundancy built in. There's no extra capacity sitting idle. Like the city manager, Mike Van Milligan, said earlier, just because there's no snow doesn't mean they're not doing anything. They're hard at work on the next thing. Every season is a season in Public Works. So when conditions change, these same people in this same structure are those who absorb it. We don't expand. So before we talk about next year, in fiscal year 2027, I kind of want to show you a little bit of the strategic items this team delivered this year. Because we repair what we can, we rebuild when we must, and we prioritize safety every single day. Operationalizing the fuel islands is probably one of our biggest wins. We modernized it as well whenever we had to rebuild it. And it doesn't sound flashy, but it means crews respond faster, more quickly, and with better accuracy. While the flood control system has been in place for quite a while, we did strengthen a known operational pressure point at Moss Park, not by overhauling the system, but by planning for when conditions are at their worst, because that's our job. That's smart preparation, that's stewardship in our everyday crews. Not reinventing, just improving reliability where it matters most. We also made a key adjustment to snow operations. So beginning next winter season, we've now relocated snow storage away from the flood wall and river-sensitive areas, and increased capacity from 9 acres to over 15. And that 9 acres included about half of that is now developed at the Union at the Marina. So this improves environmental protection by taking that snow storage, which does include a lot of litter that crews clean up every spring from those large piles of snow, removes those a little further away from the flood wall, a little further away from the river, and gives crews more flexibility during major events because we strategically look for locations where we, like on the west end. So if we're removing snow on the west end, there's a closer location. They don't have to shuffle it all the way back down. It's more efficient for operations. This is the type of planning that keeps the system stable, even when conditions are not. Our fiscal year 27 funding initiatives fit into 3 buckets. These initiatives are not expansions. They're about preserving reliability, risk mitigation, fleet replacement, employee development. Not new programs, just the work required to keep essential systems stable. With that, Public Works property tax support is just under $943,000. That's about $14.54 for the average homeowner. And for a department providing 24/7 coverage with almost 100 employees, it's pretty impressive. And here's the bigger point. Public Works is 95% self-supported through user service fees, road use tax, and garage recharges. Only about 4.5% comes from property tax. That means rates must reflect actual costs because the tax base isn't carrying the system. All of our programs tell one story. We maintain the system with precision, and they operate continuously, not periodically. The overlay program maintains surface conditions where surface treatments are no longer sufficient. This allows us to extend system life and manage those long-term costs. ADA ramp work is coordinated directly with the street projects. So when we complete overlay or reconstruction, those improvements are integrated into that work. It is not a separate program. It's built into how we deliver the system. Now, with aligning the lead line program, which Chris Lester will talk about later, we've seen this decrease in the last few years because we've intentionally steered clear of those areas, which is typically where ADA ramps are more prevalent. Now, of the 65 ADA ramps Assistant Engineer Bob Shizzle presented, 59 of those were directly related to the overlay program. As Mayor Kavanaugh said at last night's council session, we are federally mandated, but not federally funded. This shows salt usage relative to conditions. And what you'll see is that usage tracks with weather, not variability in operations. Our crews adjust based on conditions that they see live in the field to maintain safe road conditions without over-application. In the winter of 2024 to 2025, we did see more ice events, which do require more salt usage, which is what you're seeing reflected in the final year of this one. Here are the performance measure snapshots out of the policy outline for Public Works. You could think of the yellow sections as the elevated heart rate. That's where the system is working a little harder than it should to keep up. For our fiscal year 2027 recommended improvement requests, these are targeted improvements. They maintain operational capability or increase safety, not expand services. This includes fleet maintenance equipment to keep up with technology, which supports reliability and uptime, and the overtime necessary for safety at special events for staff to install and remove safety barriers to protect the residents. Touch a little bit on the staff recognition. This is a non-recurring, but to me, it's probably one of the most important things in here because I feel like nobody is more overlooked and maybe underappreciated by some just because they don't think about it, because that's what we do. We keep things running, we keep the system stable, and they do it every day, and they show up, and for the most part, they have smiles on their face. And they keep on trucking. We have really, really great crews. But so $1,500, that's a meal around the holidays after they have stayed in to plow the streets on Christmas away from their family. I mean, it's just recognizing those things that they do every year and every day. It's a little something that we can kind of give back, whether it be a meal or recognition leave or something like that. This is the capital improvement program. You'll see concrete street section repair program on here, and that is used alongside to supplement the overlay program. Our streets in Dubuque are typically made up of two types of pavement. One is asphalt, one's concrete. The overlay program only touches the asphalt side, not the concrete section repair. And concrete is typically much more expensive to do, and we can only do so much legislatively in-house, up to 500 feet. So the concrete repair is used alongside the overlay to address failure points without full reconstructions. This helps manage both condition and cost over time. In addition to infrastructure, this includes equipment replacement. These are not additions to the fleet. They are replacements at the end of useful life. There are 12 fleet assets requested for replacement in the Public Works fiscal year 2027 budget, one of which is a specialized grappler truck utilized for bulky collections within the solid waste fund. That is near 20 years old. Public Works is often thought of as operations and maintenance. I think we were literally called that at one point. But at its core, it is a safety infrastructure. These systems are directly tied to public health and safety. Every day, our work determines whether emergency vehicles can respond, whether roads are safe, whether systems function as they should. This isn't theoretical. This is day-to-day operational exposure. And the people doing this work are making those decisions in real time every single day. I will introduce the longest title, the Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency Administrator and Interim Resource Management Supervisor, Ken Miller.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ken Miller, the Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency Administrator and Interim Regional Resource Management Supervisor. So this slide here covers our proposed rate increase for fiscal year 27. So as you can see here, the proposed rate increase is 8.97%, which amounts to 86 cents for the monthly bill impact for the average household. And we maintain the 50% rate discount for income eligible residents. Last year, there was about 615 households that took advantage of that, so that's the 50% discount off the base rate. And so that's not an expansion of the program. We're just trying to keep the real cost of the system and keep it viable at this rate increase. So, even with the rate adjustment, Dubuque remains competitive with the other cities in Iowa. So you can see on the average, Dubuque would be in towards the middle, the top 5 if we were included, or without the average without Dubuque. Dubuque's right there puts us in the bottom 5 in Iowa for the curbside collection rate, and that's our base rate. And this is not optimal spend. This is an essential service, picking the materials up curbside every single week. Next one here, we've got our proposed trash and recycling rates, along with some of our specialty services here. We got those all up on the screen there, and that's the defined rate structure for fiscal year 27. And then this slide here shows our alley rate equalization on organics rates. So right now, we have customers who have alley carts that are at a discount. They were some of the first participants in the city's tipper cart. When we issued tipper carts to residents, they were utilized in the alleys first. They were offered a discounted rate at that time. And we're looking to equalize those now that all residents have access to tipper carts.
I would like to just make a comment on that slide, Ken. So we're still working internally on what the equalization schedule will be, so it might not exactly be the schedule that you're seeing up there, and in the end, you would approve whatever it is.
Yeah. Okay. So further future initiatives, we want to look at route optimization, risk mitigation, and cross-departmental budget coordination. So these are not new programs, just better performance, better coordination, better routing, and reduced risk. So we want to thank everyone for listening in on our Public Works budget presentation. What I find so interesting is Public Works is the heart of Dubuque, because similar to the heart, it has to work continuously, reliably, and under pressure. And this budget protects that heartbeat.
All right. Well, thank you both. I appreciate the presentation. Well, we're in a public hearing for the Public Works Fiscal Year 27 budget, so we'll hear from members of the public who have any comment on this particular budget today. And you guys can relax for a minute while we go through public. Feel free.
Clerk Slows, 2925 Burlington Street. I kind of like to thank Public Works because, let's put it this way, I appreciated 32nd Street being repaved. Use that on a daily basis. Remember what it was like? Love what it is now. You know, the 86-cent rate increase. I remember one year I kind of joked that, well, when it went up 50 cents, I said, I can find that in the cushions of my couch. Well, now I may also have to look in the cushions of my recliner. It's, to me, maybe somebody else it's not a reasonable increase, but to me, it is. And I'm somebody who doesn't like to pay increased taxes, increased fees, but there is such a thing as reasonable fees on that. The other thing too, if you're looking for departments to cut expenses, you know, like the dump trucks, I went through this experience where, you know, okay, you know, I was told you got to cut one this year. That not only affects that truck, it affects your rotation down the line. And unless they allow you to recover that the next year, it's awfully difficult to recover from something like that. Those dump trucks, those snow plows, the garbage trucks, they're the bread and butter. We expect our garbage to be taken away and disposed of properly. Expect the recyclables to be taken away and recycled properly. And the snow plowing, they do a good job of that. I know when they go by my house in the early hours of the morning because the cat rushes to the window to see what's going on. And lo and behold, yep, he lets me know every time they go by. So I appreciate their effort. They are the bread and butter, the heart of what keeps things going. So that's all I got. And thank you for 32nd Street.
Thank you, Clark, for your comments.
Good evening, Catherine Sorensen, 2613 Jackson. I will apologize. When I do leave, I'm up very early in the morning, and if I start dozing off, I think I should go home and, you know, re-wake myself up and miss my bedtime, and so the alarm goes off at 5. So it just stopped. I had to chuckle at him because I have a cat who has a fetish with the garbage truck. So if the little light comes around and she's got a whole thing going on with that garbage truck. I'm asking a question because I don't understand. I do understand what administrative overhead recharge is, completely. Municipalities, governments have been using it for years. You're taking your revenue source based, and you're moving it into your general fund to cover the departments that don't have a revenue source based. I understand that. It's been going on for decades. What I'm trying to comprehend is in 1920, oh my gosh, 2023, it was only 5.4 million. And this year, it's almost 12.9 million. And Public Works is taking the biggest chunk at almost 3.6 million. And the other 4 departments, engineering, stormwater, water department, and water and resource, are all sitting at the same amount of 2.4 million. I'm trying to understand where that money is going. It's a huge increase. It's a huge step. It should be funding, as I understand, finance, accounting, HR, your attorney, departments such as that. So it's real confusing right now because we've got Public Works, as rightfully so, they're going to try to increase rates. And we got water department and possibly a property tax increase. And then this, it's a lot being thrown at us as residents to try to figure out where's it all going and how it's being spent. Just a side note to Public Works, please do not increase the yard waste cans. I have one I keep, and then I have to order a new one, an extra one every November. I literally mulch 2 yard waste cans a week in the month of November, and I don't have a single tree. All my neighbors do. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, for your comments.
Good evening, Rob McDonald, 3399 Point Drive. I don't have any specific comments on Public Works. I think they thank you. Mine are comments. There seems to be greater interest in it this year. Why? Well, I know at the March 23rd council meeting, when the property tax levy was held, there was a lot of discussion about the dollars. You know, there were discussions of $300,000 and $600,000 and reducing the reserve fund. There was a lot of hand-wringing over amounts less than $1 million, and I think that's great. That's good to hear. But I think the reason there's some interest is going back to last year. We had $2.5 million that showed up out of thin air for an airport subsidy. Unbeknownst to this council, it would appear. At the airport budget meeting, which I think was this week last year, there was no discussion of the air service subsidy, even though it was a very high visibility item, front page stuff. The federal SCASD grant, which started the payment, was about ready to end, and it was certain the city was going to have to step up. And there was nothing in the budget meeting. They even talked about the MRG. Mayor and a former council member, you know, had a comment in the paper saying they didn't know the need for city funds and or total cost of the contract. This went through summer and in the fall. And it appears that it will cost the city. Now, if you have to assume most didn't know. That's why there's so much interest in the budget process this year. It should, regardless of budgets and approvals, significant amounts of money can be committed to move around. When asked, City Manager, in the January meetings, in hindsight, which is always 2020, that brought the contract to council at the outset to figure out the ramifications of it. So money in the budget to cover the projected minimum revenue guarantee. In the end, credit, he said no explanation, just didn't think about it at the time. It does make this wonder of other items that aren't front page, items that are in various departments that serve the city. Nobody thinks about, nobody knows about, nobody thinks about Public Works, as we heard, only when it doesn't work, but it does give people pause to wonder how money moves around. Something has to change. January council meeting, there was talk by council people, Leindecker and Sprank, about reining in the $500,000 spending authority of the city manager. I think that's a good start. I don't think anything's been moved forward on that. The directors does not give me that kind of spending authority. And there's a good reason for that. Amounts like that, everyone should be in the know. We can't let this happen again. It builds distrust in this council, and it builds distrust in the process, which is not good. A former local elected official who he did a post on Facebook about his belief that distrust in government, from his experience, happens two ways. Either government does a bad job of explaining why what they were doing was right, or citizens identified a genuine area that needed improvement that didn't get addressed. Makes sense. It's always communication. The budget process is complicated, obviously. probably too complicated. In this case, I don't think more is better. There's 1,264 pages. I have to tell you, there's 1,264 pages tonight, and there's 7 more meetings to follow. How does the average citizen consume that? How do they understand that? For all the rigor of the budget process, there appears to be a lot of backdoors and loopholes. Now, I'm not saying anything's underhanded at all. It's just there's money moving around that doesn't get adequately shared with the citizens and the council. Subsidy is a number one example. We need stronger checks and balances. Councilman Resnick said it best at that same January meeting I referenced. We need to get better. I agree, because if we don't, we risk more citizen distrust, which makes the road ahead uncertain for our city and for every one of us. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you, Rob, for your comments. Any others this evening? Seeing none here, anybody virtually? All right. All right, back to us then for discussion. Ms. Wethel.
I'll start us off. I had a constituent reach out to me and ask about how we coordinate the routes of our pickup. And I thought, I don't really know. And the question was, has the city conducted any formal analysis of route efficiency or garbage and recycling services? So I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious about what that process is and if we can explain it, because that has been a question that was posed to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So we work very closely with the crews because they see what's out there. So things that maybe a route optimization company may not look at. When do the school buses go through neighborhoods? When do RTA buses go through neighborhoods? When do UPS packages are typically in neighborhoods, and Amazon trucks? And, we're getting more and more of these larger vehicles. And so Ken now, as interim resource management supervisor, works very closely with the crew every day and makes tweaks as we see it. It can look like a very inefficient system, but that's because we have 3 trucks going down the street because it's 3 different streams. So recycling does not go to landfill. It goes to our MRF, which, yeah, Dittmer. I was looking for what MRF stood for. So that goes to a different location. It has to be in 2 different trucks. Same for yard waste. They don't stop at every house. Yard waste is composted. It should be concerning if there was only 1 truck going down the street and we're picking up multiple streams of waste. Whenever we did, so in about 2021, 2022, we did get a quote to see what it would cost to have like subject matter expert come in, and it was like $250,000. Yeah, because they have to map our entire street. They have to map left turns, right turns. Are they one-way streets? Are they two-way streets? Is everyone putting the garbage on one side of the alley? Nope, they're putting it on both sides of the alley. Because how do you decide which one has to walk all the way across the other side of the alley to put it there? So there are all of these different nuances that they have to build into this system to optimize those routes. So we work with our subject matter experts, which are the people that drive those routes every single day. And we do have this great program of incentive pay. So if anyone's going to try and find incentives or efficiencies in the process of how we can run these routes as efficient as possible, it's going to be the crews driving the trucks. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I would just say that, in particular, we do have some unique areas in town where a street may have both street side service for collection, and some of the residents on that street may have alley collection. Because they have access to the alley, whereas other residents on that street do not. So we pick up in the alley. So you may see a truck go behind your house and then also go in front of your house because of the fact that some of your neighbors may have alley set out spots, whereas you may have a street side one. So.
Thank you.
Actually, was going to ask a question before I open it up to. I'd actually, can we answer Ms. Sorensen's question that she had? I think we might have an answer for it. The Public Works, it was the, I'm sorry, I wrote it down here. The overhead recharges and the reasons, again, we kind of talked about it in the last public hearing, but specifically, is there a reason why Works recharges are different this year? Are there some non-recurring issues, or do we see some differences that are particularly sticking out?
I don't have anything specific right now without looking into what is going into their number. So nothing that I can bring up right now, but
Okay.
I'll look into it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So we'll work on getting an answer to make that a little bit clearer. Thanks for asking the
But I
question.
will say earlier, sorry, Ariel Swift, Public Works Director. Earlier, Jenny did say that it took, what, 10 years to implement it? So if you are comparing 10 years ago to today, there is going to be a drastic increase.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you very much. We'll look into that a little more clearly. Mr. Resnick.
Just quickly, Mr. Miller, I was hoping you might talk about all the things that are happening at the landfill, including we have a new area that we're working on, and then we also have a drop zone.
Yes.
I said that correctly today, but it's a new consumer area that I think our citizens, our residents would like to hear about a little bit.
Yeah.
You've talked about it a little bit, but sometimes this is used for that, letting our citizens know about what's going on. And we are completely fee-funded group, area, the landfill and the agency. So those things that were approved by a board, and then you got the budget, and then you've brought it here for final approval. But all of those numbers have been looked at by a board as well, right? So there's a smattering of things, but if you wouldn't mind just telling us what's up at the landfill.
All right, well, thank you. Ken Miller, Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency Administrator. So currently at the facility, we are constructing a customer convenience center that has been named the Drop Zone as its official name. That area will be the primary point that residents use for the facility once it comes online, hopefully early in 2027 or mid-2027, depending on how the weather holds up this year. But that facility will have a solid waste transfer station, so no more will residents have to back up to roll-off containers that are exposed to the weather and everything. They'll actually back into a building. So even if they come out on a rainy Saturday afternoon, they can back inside the building. They'll be able to unload without getting rained on. That material will be then transported up to the landfill via a transfer trailer. But we'll also have all the other diversion services available there. So residents will have access to a new household hazardous materials and electronics recycling facility. Appliance recycling will be there, the commingled recycling drop-off. We're going to have glass drop-off down there, organics, tires. You'll be able to, hopefully, the plan is to offer a spot to do prescription drug drop-off down there also, and potentially some other diversion items. As we get closer, we'll work with various partners to see if we can facilitate some of those diversion options down there. When that center comes online, then the current facility entrance will be accessible only to our larger volume haulers, and then anyone with like a charge account with the facility that can access that area. So it'll be kind of closed off because the convenience center will become the primary point of entry for residents and small businesses that only come out occasionally. Another advantage down there is it'll have all paved roads, so no need to worry about mud or anything like that. When you come out to the facility, it will all be paved roads and all be accessible. Even the household hazardous materials and electronics and appliance area has a canopy over it, so you'll be able to unload efficiently no matter what the weather is out there. So that's a very exciting development out there, and we're looking forward to that coming online.
Great, we're very fortunate. A professionally run landfill is such an amenity for our area. Businesses, citizens, residents, it's very important. and it's being very well done. And I know that we are also preparing it to be open for another 100 years. I mean, we're making sure we're looking forward to keeping us, keep that amenity open and thriving. And I appreciate your work with that and yours work as well. You come to our meetings and are very helpful. So I want to thank you very much for the information tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Leineck.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Ariel, and thanks, Ken, for your budget presentation. Very informative and helpful. And thanks for everything you and your staff do for the residents of Dubuque. Couple questions here. One is, I'm on page 91, and this was a takeaway from my orientation meetings again, was the call volume that the Public Works Department sees on a daily, weekly, monthly, annual basis. And curious, are you looking at using AI or technology of some form, fashion to kind of help with the call volume that you see in your department?
Yes. So we currently have 2 admin staff going through some co-pilot training coming up. So we're hoping that that will assist, but we're also working with IT department to come up with maybe a phone tree. And then we're also training staff to kind of gear staff towards some of the online options, just because a lot of people don't know about it. So.
Okay, thank you. Other question, maybe more for Ken potentially, is back to the landfill. So I have heard concerns about amongst the residents on overall capacity issues, even with the expansion from a capacity standpoint. I'm curious, do we charge different rates for Dubuque residents versus Wisconsin and Illinois residents or other county residents outside of Dubuque?
So the Solid Waste Agency's planning area is Dubuque and Delaware County. And then we have our service area, which includes Wisconsin and Illinois. Iowa has flow control for solid waste in the state of Iowa, so Iowa can regulate the intra-state commerce. So the only counties we normally service in Iowa are Dubuque and Delaware County. Now, sometimes certain things come up. Jackson County had a fire at their transfer station. When that occurred, they didn't have a place for their waste to go. They had asked if they could send some of their waste here. The rest of it goes down to the Clinton facility, depending on what part of Jackson County you're in. We allowed them to access that capacity that's usually brought in by our large volume haulers. So we have large volume haulers, City of Dubuque, Dittmer Recycling, Allied or Republic Waste, and then Kleesner Sanitation. Those customers, because they bring a large volume of waste every year, do get a reduced tipping fee for any of the waste that the municipal solid waste they bring in. Now, if they bring in special waste or contaminated soils or other materials, those are charged at whatever the posted tipping fee is. They do get a discount, however, on the tipping fee. Out-of-state waste isn't charged any different right now than in-state waste. We get about a quarter of our waste, or 20 to 25% comes from out of state. And that's a reflection of the fact that landfills have become more regional. It used to be that every county, city had a facility in their jurisdiction that was a landfill. Because of the regulations that are in place, they become more regionalized, and we just happen to be on the border, so we're kind of the regional facility for the tri-state area. We don't get a whole lot from Illinois, but we do get material from Wisconsin, and that comes in at the same rate if it's brought by a large volume hauler as their waste from any other area.
Okay, thank you. It would be interesting to see what other kind of tri-state or multi-state regions do. I just think about, while it's self-sustaining out there for the most part, there is additional costs associated, whether it's land, just overall land cost and general things of that nature. So it might be an opportunity for us to increase some revenue here and there.
Yep.
Mr. Spring.
Yeah. Ken, I got a couple questions about 2 of your improvement packages, 4 and 5. Can you talk about 4, improvement package 4, and then I got a question about 5. So.
Okay, for the resource management supervisor. Okay. Okay, so those improvement packages, the first one is for the resource management supervisor to attend the Rubicon Next Summit. So Rubicon is a software that we utilize on the curbside collections, and that is how our drivers communicate issues that they see in the field with the staff that's back at Public Works. So if they arrive at, say, my house and my trash isn't out, they will take a picture, document it as not set out. That automatically gets uploaded to the cloud so that if I call in 15 minutes later and say, hey, my trash wasn't picked up today, the staff at Public Works that answers the phone will be able to say, yep, we can see that it was marked not set out. We have a picture here, it's not at the curb. And so going to that conference allows the supervisor to learn how to better utilize that software. There's a lot of potential with that software. We only started using it in the last couple years, and so trying to look at how we can do that. That can lead to some of the items to reduce call volume too, by being able to communicate those tools to residents and allow them to schedule their special collections and stuff at the curb.
And then, I'm sorry, those were 4 of 16. I was looking at 4 of 5 on page 80.
Oh.
Where they're just for you, the Environmental Impact Fund.
Yes.
And then the semi-trailer and walking floor trailer.
Yep. So the Environmental Impact Fund, so the Solid Waste Agency currently pays a reduced tipping fee to the state, or tipping rate to the state. So a percentage of our tipping fee goes to fund state land quality programs. Some is retained locally, some is to help fund the Land Quality Bureau at the Department of Natural Resources. Right now, because the agency participates in the environmental management system through the DNR, we pay a reduced rate. If we weren't a participant in that, we would pay a higher rate of an additional $1.10 per ton. So this improvement package was proposed to the DMASWA Board of Directors to take that $1.10 that we're not paying and add it as additional funding to an environmental impact fund to impact environmental programs locally. So it'll focus on the same 6 core components that the state's environmental management system does, and will be utilized for grants to local organizations to fund items such as our battery recycling program expansion. So we've had a number of requests in the past year, or just recently, after the budget, of course, from parties interested in hosting some of those battery collection points. Those expenses would, of course, go to the Board of Directors for approval, but this would provide funding to expand those programs as the need comes up, rather than having to wait longer periods of time. And so things, especially like the battery recycling program, the more we can get those out in the community, we're hopefully reducing fires not only at the landfill, but also at our partners like Dittmer Recycling or any of the haulers that come out where battery fires happen in their vehicles. So that funding was increased to allow more of those programs to occur and occur and be more responsive than they have in the past. And then 5 of 5, the semi-trailer and walking floor trailer, that's to be used in the drop zone at the transfer station. So right now we utilize 2 40-yard roll-off containers for that small loads drop-off area. This will allow us to use a semi-trailer. When we looked at options for the convenience center area, one of them was to put in like an 8 or 10 bay Z-wall, and then have to have canopies over each of the containers to reduce the amount of rainfall or stormwater that could get in there, because if it touches the material in those containers, it becomes leachate and has to be managed as such. And so when we looked at options, it was actually going to be more expensive to do an 8 bay Z-wall because of the concrete costs, the canopy costs. Canopies require extra in-ground support because of the lift from the wind. And so it was less expensive to go at the transfer station, and then it's more efficient for us to utilize a semi-trailer and a walking floor semi-trailer that we can when it gets dumped in the transfer station, it also will allow the operator in there to monitor the material that comes in better than even if it was the Z-wall. So if someone tries to sneak a TV into the trash, they'll be able to see it, point it out, have them reload it, drop it off in the correct area. So we'll have a little more waste screening that way, and then the transfer trailer allows us to more efficiently transfer that material up to the working face. So instead of having to pull 8 bins perhaps 2 times every day, we'll maybe only need to make 2 trips with the walking floor trailer.
Thank you.
Ms. Rousseau?
Thank you. I think this question is for Ariel. I was just wondering where we are with the tipper carts. Is there still a waiting list, or do you know what percentage of people already have them?
Yes, everyone has them.
Are
Hold on
you-
one second.
Are you specifically asking about the trash ones or the recycling?
Well, I think mostly
Okay.
trash.
Okay, trash tipper carts, everyone has a trash tipper cart. One of the pain points right now, because we have 4 different sizes, is we have got a significant number of upgrade requests. And so it's created some pain points right now with certain sizes where they're not available right now, because we've had more requests to upsize than what we have for inventory. So we're looking at those as we move into the fiscal 27 budget, how we can adjust what we order in order to make sure we can have more available. When it comes to the recycling tipper carts, I think it's a common theme every year that we demand outpaces supply for those. Right now, I believe we're at almost 300 people on a waiting list for the 96-gallon blue recycling tipper carts that we likely won't have available until September. We'll request to order those once the fiscal year begins, but it takes some time for those to be manufactured and delivered. And we will continue to look at options to continue to expand that program.
Thanks for the update.
All right, anybody else? Yeah, Mr. Staver.
First of all, I just want to thank you guys for all the hard work you guys do. I had some questions about, I guess it's machinery and equipment. I noticed in the engineering proposal, they're replacing some trucks. And are you guys replacing trucks or adding trucks?
They are all replacements.
Replacements. So on theirs, they listed the trade-in value, and so it was a reduction in the cost. Unless you guys didn't do that.
Correct. So many of the engineering trucks are going to be smaller vehicle weights, so more like automobiles or SUVs, trucks. Those have a better resale value than, say, a solid waste vehicle. And a lot of times, because our snow trucks, well, all of our trucks pretty much, are in snow and salt, they really don't have much of a resale value left by the time that we get to replacing them. We like I said, even the 2007 grappler truck, they just did a pretty serious weld on the body of that, and it's nearing 20 years old.
So like the half-ton pickup is replacing a really old half-ton pickup?
Yes, pretty much. That would be yours. Yeah. And for the other one of the other pickups that we have in Public Works is a hybrid with CNG. And we find it difficult to find somebody who can actually maintain or keep up with that because it is such a specialized system. So the CNG piece of that broke, and it would pretty much cost the amount of a new truck to repair. So we would be replacing that with another truck where we would have that resale value whenever time comes.
And then on the snow and ice control part of this, is this for these smaller trucks, the half-ton and the 1-ton?
Yeah, so one of those is the CNG, one of the on the snow and ice side. CNG truck that the CNG part doesn't work. Actually, 4004 is a dump truck that's only CNG, not a hybrid. And we only have one CNG reseller or seller in town nearby. And so anytime that pump goes down, like it's been down and under construction for all winter, which means it's a whole plow truck that we can't operate.
And that's what this 1 ton is a CNG?
No, well, one of them is, yes, one of them is. I believe there's 2 on there. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the page.
It's 83 and 84?
Say that one more time.
What was that page, Mr. Staver?
83 and 84?
83 and 84. I can look those ages up and get that back to you. They're not listed in here, but I do know that one of them is a CNG truck where the CNG portion just quit and we sent it out to get fixed and it did not fix it. So
All right, yeah, I was just curious about
Yeah.
those. Okay, thank you.
it's a great question.
All right. I think that might be. Oh,
Sorry, one more thing.
please.
It is part of the budget process for, sorry, do you have them? Oh, it is part of the budget process that the budget manager and CFO has put in place where we do, if there's a resale value, have to put that in there. And so they do audit those whenever we submit it initially and ask those same questions. So I will get the answers to the city manager, Mike Van Milligan, and he can push those on to you for those. Okay.
Please, Jenny.
Okay, I'm following up on the administrative overhead.
Yeah.
In 27, we inadvertently included in that line the transfer to construction fund for solid waste collection of $783,909. That should have been on a separate line, so that's going from solid waste collection operating to the solid waste construction fund, which is a separate fund. So the admin overhead amount for 27 that is recommended is $2,775,337. In public works, that is made up of landfill and solid waste collection, paying that admin overhead.
Thank you very much. That didn't take that long to dig, so thank you. All right, I think we got through all the questions.
Unfortunately, it doesn't decrease the rate request, but.
Sure, yeah. So first of all, again, thank you to you and your entire team. I inadvertently left out saying thank you to the entire engineering team last time when we were here. So I just thanked the 3 that were there. So thank you to everybody who has worked in both of these departments that have presented so far. The only question I have is something I'm just confused about. Mike, yesterday in your presentation, you said something about new refuse collection trucks with the automatic arms. How many are we asking for? Because I'm having trouble finding it.
No, you're fine. So over the 5-year CIP, in fiscal year 27, none of them are automated, solid. None of them are the automated trucks. And so it's a replacement of the current truck with the automated arm.
Got it. Okay.
Does that make sense? So it's more of like a little bit of an upgrade versus adding a brand new vehicle.
Got it. Okay. Okay. And then is it just that one this year?
So we have the grappler truck, and then we have the pickup truck that goes around and does a lot of the compliance kind of follow-ups.
Sure. And then are we adding more of the trucks, the automated trucks in the future years? In the rest of the
Replacing
CIP?
current trucks with the automated trucks, yes.
Okay. So we're swapping out
Yes.
the next 5
And
years.
there are 3 to be replaced, and then where the trucks are not currently, they're semi-automated.
Yep.
Replacing 3 of those with fully automated. And then there's one, the very first one that we got, is a replacement of an automated with an automated.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's helpful. I think that's the only question that I had left unanswered from the presentation. So I think we may be at the end. So thank you so much for the presentation and all the information.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. On to number 3, the water department. So we'll do a switch over here and bring them on up.
this handy. All right. Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Kavanaugh, City Council, and City Manager Van Milligan. My name is Chris Lester. I'm the Water Department Director, and I am joined this evening by Carl Plumley, Water Distribution Supervisor, Nick Conley, Water Operations Supervisor, and Eldon Schneider, Project Supervisor, as well as GIS Specialist Jesse Bernhardt and Mike Reinert, our Industrial Electrical Technician. We are pleased to present the Water Department's fiscal year 2027 budget. So we'll start this presentation with our mission statement. The City of Dubuque Water Department is passionate about delivering high-quality drinking water with excellent customer service while meeting our customers' changing needs with equitable and sustainable rates. That was put together by the leadership within the Water Department a few years ago, and that remains true today. Here we go. Excuse me. The dedicated staff committed to delivering high-quality drinking water. Our team of 27 employees, which remains unchanged from FY 2026 into fiscal year 2027. This team serves over 24,000 customers around the clock, 24/7, 365 days a year. Operating out of the Eagle Point Water Treatment Plant and the Municipal Services Center, we ensure high-quality drinking water while managing a distribution network of more than 330 miles. In addition to water treatment and delivery, our skilled staff respond promptly to emergency main breaks, applying the latest practices in water treatment and distribution. In fiscal year 2026, the Water Department welcomed several new employees, shown here. We are very fortunate to attract talented individuals whose values align with our commitment to safety, quality, and service excellence. We are proud to recognize several members of our team who earned Iowa DNR certifications during this fiscal year. While most positions require at least a Grade 2 certification, our staff consistently achieve their credentials well ahead of the 36-month time frame set by the Iowa DNR. Out of the 27 full-time employees, 19 require a Grade 2 certification and 6 require Grade 4 certifications. Grade 4 is the highest certification in each category. Earning these certifications demands significant dedication, including study outside of working hours, hands-on field experience, and mastery of both education and practical skills to safely treat and distribute drinking water and work around buried utilities. In addition, we recognize staff who earned backflow prevention certifications through the Iowa Department of Public Health. The initiative and professionalism demonstrated in earning these credentials reflect our staff's commitment to excellence and uphold the high standards expected by both the residents of Dubuque and our colleagues within the Water Department. Moving on to fiscal year highlights. The utility base rate 50% low-income reduction program provides eligible residents with a discount of up to 50% off the minimum water, sanitary sewer, stormwater, or refuse charges, helping ensure affordable access to essential services. On average, 556 accounts per month received reduced bills in fiscal year 2025, with 26,707 total reduced bills in fiscal year 2025. In fiscal year 25, the water utility applied just over $32,000 in individual reduced fees, resulting in a total combined discount of over $164,000 between the four utilities. That's up from $152,686 in fiscal year 2024. So the word's getting out there and people are utilizing the program. Sticking with fiscal year 2026 highlights, in FY 2022, the Water Department initiated a proactive 5-year replacement program for meter interface units, MIUs, and registers, targeting approximately 5,000 meter interface units replacements annually. The program is designed to manage costs by replacing equipment that is no longer covered under the manufacturer's warranty. The replacement work is performed internally by our own water department staff, with equipment supplied by Ferguson Waterworks and Neptune. The city has negotiated a pricing agreement aligned with the approved replacement schedule, supporting consistent budgeting and ensuring long-term pricing commitments from both the distributor and manufacturer. The water department's current SCADA system has been in place since 1993 and runs on RS Logix 500, which is no longer supported by the manufacturer. This project replaces outdated hardware and software components, improving system performance and cybersecurity at the water treatment plant and its remote sites, ensuring long-term reliability and efficiency of our SCADA system. The $1.345 million contract was awarded to Westfall and Company of Dubuque. Work is underway with completion expected by September of this year. As part of this project, fiber optic connections are being installed at 17 of those remote sites, including pump stations, water towers, and storage tanks. The 2 remaining sites that will not have fiber installed will be connected via telemetry to the nearest fiber-equipped site, ensuring full system connectivity. Those 2 sites are just not feasible financially for the impact. The cost just outweighs the benefits to run fiber to those specific sites. The North English Road Water Main Extension Project is underway and includes the installation of a 12-inch water main from the current terminus at Edval Lane to the Southwest Arterial and an extension of a 16-inch main to North English Mill Road North. These improvements will enhance service for existing customers and facilitate a future loop connecting pressure zones 3 and 4, including a planned extension to the English Mill pump station. This is a key investment in infrastructure to meet both current needs and future long-term growth along the Southwest Arterial Corridor. That contractor performing that work is Top Grade Excavating. The award amount for that contract was 13% below the engineer's estimate, and that is expected to be completed in August of this year. As Ariel commented, we did perform the private lead service line replacement phase 1 in fiscal year 2026. That was funded through the bipartisan infrastructure law, replacing 133 customer-owned lead service lines. Dubuque was the first city in Iowa to both apply for these funds and implement a program utilizing those funds. The experience provided valuable lessons which will be incorporated into adjustments for phases 2 and 3. For future initiatives, as I just touched on here momentarily, the city plans to replace an additional approximately 400 service lines, lead service lines, during the final 2 phases of this program this summer. The phases will follow the same approach as phase 1, with 49% of the project cost being forgivable, and the entire program provided at no cost to owners or tenants in disadvantaged census tracts. Advancing of a new deep well. PFAS remains a top priority in the drinking water industry and specifically for the city as we continue investing in mitigation efforts and regulatory compliance through the development of a new deep well water supply. To date, deep well sampling has not shown any PFAS detections, indicating a promising long-term source. In September of 2025, the city received an updated Iowa DNR operating permit. Due to our continued compliance and operational adjustments, which we implemented immediately in 2022 when we had the first detects of PFAS, where we primarily utilized deep wells and supplemented with our shallow wells as needed, our PFAS sampling frequency has been reduced from quarterly to annual monitoring. The estimated cost to advance the new deep well is approximately $6.5 million, and this investment reinforces our commitment to providing safe, high-quality drinking water well into the future. Rehabilitation of the current gravity filters at the water plant with granular activated carbon. It is going to take the current 17 existing gravity filters that we have at the plant. Those are all constructed between the 1950s and 1970s, and incorporating the integration of granular activated carbon, also known as GAC, treatment in for that PFAS removal. The upgrade replaces existing filter media with granular activated carbon and torpedo sand. Those filter basins will be rehabilitated, including raising the gullets, surface wash equipment and troughs, as well as replacing the under drains. The GAC serves a dual purpose, removing PFAS as well as filtering solids, with that spent media being replaced by the supplier to maintain continuous treatment effectiveness. This is estimated at approximately $11 million for this upgrade to the treatment facility. So some mandatory lead and copper rule improvements that will be impacting the city are the replacement of all the lead service lines within 10 years by November 1 of 2037. So for Dubuque, that means the replacement of approximately 3,900 remaining lead service lines, which will build on the progress from the prior pilot program that I just spoke about. All service lines from the main to the meter are privately owned, located on both right-of-way and private property. An implementation plan will be developed in fiscal year 2027, followed by phased construction from FY28 through FY 2037, with annual evaluation to ensure alignment with regulatory requirements and participation levels. The program will begin with a voluntary approach supported by low-interest state revolving fund loans, targeting approximately 67 lines annually. To meet federal deadlines, the program will transition to a mandatory structure in later years, increasing replacements to approximately 605 lines per year based on that voluntary participation in the early stages, in the early years. The total estimated project cost is $60 million, which encompasses planning, design, construction, program administration, and public communication. Funding will primarily utilize low-interest state loan programs, with repayments supported through property owner assessments. Moving to our proposed rate increase for fiscal year 2027, a 3% rate increase over FY 2026 is proposed. For the average Dubuque household, which uses approximately 3,200 gallons of water per month, this would result in an estimated increase of $1.26 increase on their monthly utility bill. The proposed 3% rate increase would bring the average household water bill to $26.93 for 3,200 gallons. Dubuque's proposed water rate will be the second lowest among Iowa lime softened facilities. In comparison, Cedar Rapids has the highest rate, 45.5% higher than Dubuque, while the average rate of other similar facilities is 12.92% higher than Dubuque's proposed rate. Clean drinking water is fundamental to community safety. It not only meets federal and state regulatory standards, but also reduces the risk of waterborne illnesses such as cholera and E. coli, and another giardiasis, which I forgot to Google before we started here, so probably shouldn't have even tried that one, but it does protect residents from serious health hazards. Safe water supports essential daily practices, including hand washing, cooking, and cleaning, that help prevent accidents and exposure to contaminants. Beyond individual safety, clean water ensures the secure operation of community facilities managed by the Parks and Recreation Department, including drinking fountains, swimming pools, and splash pads. These amenities are particularly important in warmer months, supporting safe recreation and hydration. Finally, from an emergency preparedness perspective, a reliable water system is critical. It enables first responders to act effectively during crises and provides the necessary water supply for firefighting, helping safeguard lives and protect property. Breaking down the water department, we are comprised into 3 separate divisions: administrations, operations or treatment, and distribution. The Administration Division oversees department-wide functions and plays a direct role in areas such as employee training and development, regulatory compliance, and capital improvement planning. The second division, plant operations, includes our certified operators and maintenance staff who ensure regulatory compliance, oversee daily water production and treatment, maintain well and well fields, manage pumping to the distribution system, and operate and maintain storage facilities and the SCADA system that enables system-wide communication. A key metric for the water department is the comparison of treated water versus metered consumption, which identifies non-revenue water, which is water produced but not billed. Non-revenue water includes real losses such as firefighting, water main, hydrant flushing, leaks, and breaks, as well as apparent losses such as potential unauthorized use, metering inaccuracies, and data errors. In fiscal year 2025, the department treated just under 2.6 billion gallons with 2.091 billion gallons metered and billed, resulting in approximately 500 million gallons or 19.5% classified as non-revenue water. That's down from 20.5% in fiscal year 2024 for comparison. While the American Water Works Association historically suggested water loss benchmarks based on a percentage of total operation, modern guidance emphasizes volumetric, performance-based metrics. For some context, the EPA reports a national average of 14% water loss strictly from leaks alone, with some systems experiences losses exceeding 60%. The Water Department addresses non-revenue water proactively through regular leak detection surveys, pressure management, infrastructure investments, and rapid repair of water main breaks and leaks. Future enhancements, including the completion of the SCADA upgrade project, citywide fiber installation, and the implementation of district metered zones, will further improve water accountability and operational efficiency. The final division, water distribution, is comprised of a distribution crew and a meter crew. The distribution crew is responsible for operating and maintaining approximately 333 miles of public water main ranging from 4 inches to 30 inches in diameter, over 8,100 control valves, 2,650 fire hydrants, and over 24,000 curb box valves, managed by a 7-person crew and a lead. Their duties also include inspections, pressure testing, and bacterial testing on new mains during development projects to ensure water safety, as well as performing service taps, valve replacements, new water main installations, main flushing, and exercising public valves to maintain system reliability. The meter crew, comprised of 4 staff, 3 full-time and 1 0.5 full-time equivalent, as well as 1 lead distribution maintenance worker, are responsible for managing over 24,000 meters, registers, and meter interface units, as well as overseeing the city's backflow prevention program, ensuring accurate metering and safe water delivery throughout the system. And as I mentioned before, with that meter interface unit program, the meter staff, that crew of 3.5 are out there doing those 5,000 meter interface unit replacements on the homes. So in addition to the regular duties, they're taking on 5,000 replacements a year. Moving on to some stats, main breaks. Main breaks can result from conditions such as freezing and thawing of the ground, water hammer, corrosion, or aging. For reference, the winter of 2013 and 2014, which you see here in yellow, was extremely cold, and there was a frost depth reported at 4 to 6 feet deep. 4 to 6, not 46, in case I mumbled that. We recorded 57 frozen private water service lines and 137 main breaks that winter. Aside from a very cold stretch in late January through early February, accounting for 16 main breaks over a 2-week period this year, This winter has been mild, but operations staff continue to be aware of how adjustments made at the plant impact the distribution system. Our maintenance staff have adjusted automatic valve settings to allow greater water volume to move through the system before closing valves, reducing water hammer spikes. Our operators also modified pump startup and shutdown procedures to help mitigate these surges. This combination of physical system adjustments and our operator diligence has continued to keep main breaks at low levels, and obviously we work to decrease that number every year. Just a quick plug here for anybody who might be watching. If you're not currently signed up for, say, Iowa Alert or Smart 911 to be notified of a main break or even, God forbid, a boil advisory in your area, those can be found on our website. And we just encourage you to do that so you can get a text alert immediately as opposed to waiting for something, you know, on Facebook or a news channel. Get those alerts instantaneously. Service taps. New connections are also known as service taps. These funds are used directly for the installation of new services installed by the city's water department distribution crews. New connections result from community growth, such as new housing, business, and industry. For FY26 to date, we are at 180 service taps. Additional responsibilities of the meter crew are meter service calls. This crew provides dependable meter management consisting of testing, dismantling, cleaning, repairing, and reassembling meters as required. They also perform installation services, address pressure complaints, investigate illegal use of water, install outside registers, and perform special reading of meters upon request. To date, in FY26, the crew has responded to approximately 4,300 service calls. That same meter crew is also responsible for our backflow prevention program, which protects the community's drinking water from contamination or pollution caused by backflow. An administrative fee of $25 per device is charged, and the fee is reviewed annually to ensure it accurately reflects program costs. We currently track 3,364 backflow prevention devices, and the revenue to date is just under $82,000. We have 3 improvement package requests this fiscal year, all of which are recommended. The first is the addition of a next-generation GPS antenna and tablet to support accurate mapping of underground water department infrastructure. I think we currently have 2 units now, so this 3rd unit will be something that, a 3rd unit we can put out with the crews for tracking new infrastructure as it's put in the ground, confirming existing infrastructure, updating records. So that will ensure infrastructure data remains up to date and is easily accessible across departments, as I think Gus and maybe even Ariel talked about. You know, we share that information across departments, and then contractors have access to that as well for projects. The second is for additional operating funds for the printing and mailing of the annual EPA-required public notice letters to customers with lead service lines. As part of that lead and copper rule improvements, we had to put our lead service line inventory online, I think in 2024, and then every year after that we have to send out a letter to every resident or property owner that owns a property with a lead unknown or galvanized requiring replacement service line. So that's a tremendous amount of work, and just the $4,000 there just covers our postage and additional letters that we have to send out every year. And the final $850 is for cold weather and high visibility safety gear for administrative staff who will perform outdoor tasks. We have a lot of union workers, and typically in those union contracts, those are provided as part of the contract for those workers, but for the administrative staff not covered, that's typically something that we would cover out of pocket. So that was a request that we asked for this year, and it's recommended. For the water department, our capital improvement projects, you can see the first 2 there. We are putting a significant share of our capital project investment into getting lead out of the ground between the private lead service line replacement and the public lead main replacement. Significant amount of remaining of our capital requests are devoted to regulatory compliance and infrastructure and facility maintenance. You see the water storage rehabilitation program, emergency generators at 2 of our remote sites that are not currently fitted with emergency generators, backup power, distribution system monitoring, flushing stations, fire hydrant stock. We do have 3 vehicle requests. It's been a question for the first 2 this evening. None of those are addition, they're just replacing existing equipment within the department. And again, focusing on infrastructure, maintenance, investment, wells, well field, well transmission, piping repair and rehabilitation, repairing our water mains at creek crossings, and south plant flow meter replacement. The meters of the plant need to be checked every so often and replaced, as they also will fail over time. So for performance measures, obviously I touched on the main breaks. We're doing a lot better than we were a few years ago, but obviously the goal is to always get better. We're trying to, with the reduction of main breaks, that will reduce the operating and maintenance costs for water distribution. Obviously, the more main breaks you have, the higher associated costs you'll have with those, with that distribution main per 100 miles of pipe. And we do work to operate at least 25% of our distribution system valves annually. That's something we worked on with the DNR, like an area they saw that we could improve. Goals that are on track, obviously regulatory compliance violations, our target is 0. We've hit that every year for 10 plus years. Very proud of that. Our staff always complete their annual training hours to support our CEUs. And we've been successful at completing our projects within the program budget, which is very, very challenging with increased costs of materials. Finally, just about the water department commitment. The water department staff takes pride in delivering high quality service, maintaining the highest safety standards. Our team is staffed and available to respond 24/7, 365, regardless of weather or emergency conditions, whether that's performing over 200 daily water tests to verify effective treatment processes or responding to leak investigations on Christmas Eve. That actually happened. This commitment ensures safe and reliable water service for the community around the clock. And yes, I'm finally done.
You always say that, Chris, but
I
it's
do.
really not that bad.
No, we're all grateful. I'll say it out loud.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation.
Of course.
All right, so we are in a public hearing to hear the water department budget presentation, so we will accept any public input at this time.
I'm having a contest with Jennifer, who gets the most steps to the podium. Clark Slows, 2925 Burlington Street. Just want to mention a couple things that I forgot. A couple attaboys to Public Works because their expenses went down. Property tax asking went down. Attaboy to Water because their expenses went down. And also to engineering because on one of their projects, city invests $6 million to get back 12. That's a better rate than any bank's going to give you. It's just like the equivalent. If I give you $10 and you give me 20, I'm going to start printing $10 bills in my basement. The thing I want to ask about is at the March meeting, Waterloo got mentioned as, having the lowest water and sewer rates. And I guess, is there a reason why? There has to be a reason why on that. The other thing I have too is the rates used to be, on 6,000 gallons as the average home. Now it's 3,200. What's the basis, for the change? And that's all I got.
All right. Thank you, Clark, for your comments. We're running out of people, so I don't think we have any more public input here this evening. Okay, anybody virtually, though? All right. All right, back to us then for any discussion. Can we start with, to answer Clark's question about the Waterloo rates? Other cities, do we know, for instance, why Waterloo's rate is different? I know some cities will actually subsidize some of their funds with general operating funds, things like that, but I was curious if you know, Chris.
Yes, I don't have the specifics on why Waterloo would be consistently lower. I think Mike had touched on during his presentation last night, was it? It felt like kind of a bit longer than last night, but a lot of the rates will have to do with like your investment in your facility. For example, I think you mentioned Cedar Rapids and maybe Ames were going to have significant investments in their wastewater facilities. So Waterloo could be similar to Dubuque, and where we're able to keep those rates low just to a good functioning plant. When we call and do those rate comparisons, unfortunately, we don't get into the details. We don't get too far in the weeds. We just kind of say, hey, what are your proposed rates? But that's something I can look into. I mean, I do attend regular meetings with most of those agencies, the other utilities in eastern Iowa, so I have those relationships. I could certainly reach out to Waterloo and get a very finite answer to that question if you would like me to.
Thanks, Chris. But it's good enough for now, obviously. Mr. Sprank, I saw you first, and then we'll move around.
Chris,
yes.
A couple things. Thank you for the private lead service line replacement pilot program. Thank you. I had it in my own home. You saved me a lot of money, so thank you. And I know the folks that have completed are appreciative as well. You do go on and mention about how we're going to have to replace those lines in the future, costing close to $60 million. And it's about 3,900 more lead lines is to be believed what needs to be replaced? Okay.
Correct.
So there were some folks, when I told them about that initial pilot program to do this, they're like, I just don't want the city in my house. So how are we going to resolve that, folks that literally say, I don't want the city in my house? I mean, do we have a plan for that? Like, is there like, okay, here's a form that says you're on your own, or what would we do?
Sure. So if I go too far off track with the answer, just get me back in line here. But we have learned quite a bit from phase 1 of this program, which I mentioned we're going to incorporate that into the phase 2. But because it is required by the EPA, obviously, and that's what's putting Dubuque in this position, and every other utility in the states are in the same position. We are looking to. We have until I think it's November of 2027 to identify that plan for replacement. That needs to be posted online, made publicly available, similar to our lead service line inventory. Part of that expense is effective communications. Obviously, with something of this magnitude, we're going to have to make sure that we're out ahead of it, communicating with residents on getting this done. To your point about if somebody would have that resistance to have the city in their home or whatever, we completely understand that. There is the requirements on the utility that we have to make every effort to communicate with the homeowner. A homeowner can deny that. They can choose to not have their line replaced, but we have to go through a significant process of making 4 separate methods of communication with that resident and documenting it. So whether it's a phone call, a letter, and email, and something else, if we document those, that we've contacted that resident and they still elect to not do it, I think we're able to kind of move on to the next, and they can, avoid that replacement. But it's a pretty significant process. We have to document that very well.
Okay, all right. And then I guess, would we have then a list of those homes? Because since the federal government's saying you have to do this, and then all of a sudden you've got, say, like a few homes here and there that don't have that done, and they're not in compliance, does that get us in trouble? I mean, this is probably a legal question for crying out, but just...
Can I clarify when you say the homes that don't have it done, just would elect to not have their service line replaced?
Yes.
From what I understand from the lead and copper rule improvements, again, if we make those 4 attempts and they elect and they say we do not want this line replaced, the utility's off the hook. But obviously, as we get into the detailing of our replacement plan, those are questions that we'll want to talk to our legal department and confirm. Make sure that we have the appropriate documentation in place so we don't get, kind of caught up after the fact.
I appreciate that. So, and then I've got a question, probably more for Jennifer, about on page 145 about our debt services. and it shows all of our loans that we have to get paid off. So my question is there any benefit to just paying some of these off sooner than what's scheduled, or not? I don't know if there's a strategy.
So some of the loans that Water has are state revolving fund loans, so they're low interest, and we would not want to pay those off. The general obligation bonds, they have a call date written into the bond documents, so typically they are eligible for refunding 8 years after issuance. So every time we issue new debt for new projects, we have an analysis done if we do a refunding, if there's enough savings there to justify the cost of refunding those outstanding bonds. So that's a process that we go through every time we issue new debt.
And then if we do call those bonds that you can do that on, is the interest rate locked in at the original rate or whatever the current rate?
Nope, so it would be refunding on the open market, so we would market those refunding bonds and it would be whatever the interest rate was at that time that they bid.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Resnick?
Thank you. Mr. Lester, everybody up at this table would love to save our residents money on water and all the utilities. And you have a way to do that with our low-income folks. But a lot of my experience is they don't use the program, either they don't know about it or they don't want to say what their income is for one reason or other. My question to you is, how do you reach out and talk to folks about this program? And how do you address it? You know, if you say, well, this is for low income, people don't like to talk about that necessarily, but it's really important. So my question is, what kind of outreach do you do and how do you do it?
Sure, I know Mike had talked, I think last night, about there being a notification on the utility bill every month that encourages people to sign up for that. Additional outreach, I don't know, Jenny, what you guys do in utility billing for the program. I know it's on the utility billing website, it's on there. I don't know I can't speak for everyone's access to internet and everything, obviously, but those are the two ways that I know of it as well. And when we talk to customers, you know, a lot of times there's a confusion, like if I want to pay my water bill, they'll call the water department instead of the utility billing department. So whenever we talk to those customers as well, we try to promote that program just in those conversations.
And so if they bring the water bill, another thing to do is if they bring the water bill and say, man, these bills are pretty high, that's a great opportunity to talk about the program. And maybe that's happens at City Hall and other places. But if it could be done easily and you could remind people often and just trying to make this palatable for people who really need this service. And I appreciate you doing this. And when you put up all four utilities, makes a huge impact on them. I know it's an impact on all those programs as well. But I appreciate any kind of emphasis on this, especially now as at least I am hearing from other people that say, you know, I wish it could be less of an increase, that type of thing. But it's a really important program, and thank you for offering it. And and if you would, Ms. Larson, thank you.
Okay, so just to expand on that a little bit, we have it available on our website. That program is available. As Chris mentioned, it's on the face of the utility bills. It's in city news that communications sends out with the utility bills. It's in the dollars and cents brochure that is posted on the city's website. It's advertised on City Channel Dubuque. It's on the city's social media pages. It's also publicized by the housing department anytime someone comes in and does an application there. We also notify all landlords of the program for their tenants. HACAP also is aware of the program, so they're informing anyone who comes for assistance. And then in utility billing, we offer payment plans for customers who get behind. And when they apply for those payment plans, we also inform them about the program.
Great, that's a lot. So thank you very much. I just thinking of other opportunities, like they actually have late payments, or they're not, when they are contacted about their late payment, maybe that's another good time to talk about it, and maybe they do. I don't know, but thank you for that program and keeping up on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Leinecker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Chris, to you and your department and for your presentation here. The two questions here on the deep well. I see it as, a future initiative on slide 13. What is the plan and timeline to kick off that project?
Great question. So right now, we are looking to finalize the location. Obviously, well, not obviously, I guess, to just anybody, but most of our wells right now are in very close proximity to the Eagle Point Water Treatment Plant. Our deep wells are within a couple block radius. So we need to locate that well far enough away to where it's not going to impact the capacity of our current deep wells. But the further that we put that away from the plant, the higher the expense goes due to the cost of installing that raw water main to move it to the plant for treatment. So the big thing now is finalizing the location. We're looking probably along Cooper Boulevard. Ideally, that's kind of where we found an opportunity to get the highest production at the lowest cost. So. I would say very soon, we'll hopefully dial in on a location, and then once we have that location, we'll have Strand Associates who we're working with. They'll perform that site assessment for viability, and we'll kick off the SRF process as far as completing that preliminary engineering report and the intended use plan for that state revolving fund money.
And the plan is, the goal would be, once that deep well is in place, we'll ultimately not utilize the shallow wells, but have them as backup. Is that accurate?
It's mostly accurate. We'll primarily use the deep wells. The summer months when demand is the highest with hot weather, though there could be opportunities or days where the demand in the system is higher than what the deep wells can provide. It won't be very often with this new high capacity deep well. But we do take wells out of service. Obviously we take them out for maintenance and rehab on a regular basis. So, preventing, God forbid, a failure of a well of any event. Those do happen, but we primarily utilize the deep wells, supplement with shallows as needed, which has been successful since 2022. We're able to get that reduced monitoring and stay under the regulatory compliance. So I hope that answers your question completely.
I'm sorry, I would add just one thing to that. So we also have the $13 million project to replace our filtering systems at the plant. And so part of that new filtering system will take out PFAS. So if we had to use the shallow wells, we could. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's a great point. So focusing on the raw water coming in, advancing a new deep well, and sticking with our strategy of primarily utilizing deep wells, supplementing with shallow wells as needed, has been successful at getting us under that compliance level or that MCL for finished water, but we are still moving forward with plans for rehabilitation of the existing filters at the plant, which is actual PFAS removal at the facility, in addition to getting those raw water levels coming in at a much lower rate.
Okay, thank you. And we have the funds for the deep well, or do we need to raise the funds, or what's the strategy from a funding standpoint?
The funds are, we have some funds available that we have budgeted, and then I believe the rest are in FY 2028.
Yeah, and it's a combination. So we did participate in a lawsuit against 3M and DuPont. It was a national lawsuit, and we're receiving, in round numbers, I think about $3.5 million in settlement money. And so we'll apply most of that to the deep well project. And in addition, there's a new program out of the state using federal dollars where potentially some of our low-interest, long-term SRF loan, which we will borrow through the state, might be forgivable. I think it could be up to 30%, and that's for any PFAS project, so it could be for the deep well and the filters project. Now, the caveat there is the state only has $11 million for everybody in the state, so we're not going to get 30%. But, you know, we're going to apply and see what we can get as far as a forgivable portion of the loan.
Yeah. Well, that's great. I know this is, talking to the residents, this is a top priority and top of mind for many of them, so I appreciate that. Final question is going back to the budget and looking again at the overhead recharges. I see that on this specific budget for water, of course, there's not the less administration overhead recharge. Is there a reason why that it's different than the other departments? Is it netted out maybe on this one?
It's also not netted out on the other departments, so it's a different line item that's subtracted out. That's where they're recharging within their own departments, some internal charges between their activities. So for example, in Public Works, they have multiple funds like solid waste collection and landfill and other activities, garage service. So they recharge their administrative function within that department. And so you see that being subtracted out of the expense.
Okay, thank you.
No good, Mr. Hundick?
Yes,
Yeah?
thank
All
you.
right. This side of the table. Yeah, Mr. Saber.
Thanks, Chris, for everything you guys do and for the presentation. It's
Of course.
very good. So I just wanted to talk about that SCADA upgrade. And since I was just there not too long ago, if I remember right, you're replacing that whole wall of equipment with one little box.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And then what, on this lead service of the replacements going forward after the assistance, it's going to be on the property owner. Is that not correct?
That's what we're aiming for now. Yes, that's, I mean, based on available funding, that's tentatively the plan. Again, we have until, I think, November of 2027 to finalize that. And then I think similar to any other, of the other presentations tonight too, that doesn't mean that we'll stop looking for grants, forgivable funding, and that's going to be a priority as well. But laying out a plan right now, like a base plan to start with, that's kind of what we're looking at.
I would think, the people that won't let someone into the house, especially down in the north end, I mean, they're crazy not to, because this is essentially, $5,000 or $6,000, maybe a $7,000 free service that eventually will be assessed to their property when it's mandatory, I think.
And it's actually up to $15,000 for some houses. But the other thing is, if you don't mind, I'd like to mention, we're going to do our best to lobby the federal government and say, why do you have this requirement? Because it's really not necessary.
Well, that's my question too. Is lead dangerous, or what's the incentive?
Well, we treat the water so that the lead doesn't leach into the water system. If
It's
it,
a
if
film
it,
or something?
yeah, and so if it did leach, yes, it's dangerous, but we treat our water so it doesn't leach. This all goes back to that situation in Michigan several years ago where they completely did everything wrong, the water system did. They changed their water source, and it caused the lead to leach into the system, and they did lead poison a lot of their residents. And so then there's this gross overreaction to that general incompetence in one city in the entire country to this, that everybody's got to replace every line. And like I said, up to $15,000 a house.
Yeah, that's not.
I mean, it's just not necessary.
Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that. And then I noticed you only had 180 new service taps. I'm just trying to figure out how, with all the new apartment construction, this sort of thing, is one tap just the building, and then each new service is different, counted differently, or how's that work?
I believe it is just the tap into the main, but Carl's saying that's the case. So if you have an apartment complex, there's going to be one tap, a 6-inch main going into that facility. It's the one
200
tap.
services.
Correct, yeah.
So do you think, that will be a source of revenue going forward for your department?
Yes, we definitely count on that.
And is that factored into your the yearly budget, the increase there?
Yes, I believe it's on, because we evaluate those revenues every year and provide that. You know, we look at total revenues, total operating expenses, and how that balances out, because I know Mike mentioned last night we can't operate, you know, with a deficit, but I think it's on pages 142, what's that? Number 21 under revenue, oh yeah, page 145. So yeah, we evaluate all those revenue sources every year, kind of look at the trends from previous years. Obviously, those were impacted during COVID when things slowed down, so we try to give a real good estimate on what we anticipate those will be for the upcoming year, just like we do for expenses.
Anything else, Mr. Saber?
No, that's it. I'm not seeing it. Do you know specifically
On
where?
page 145, it's number 21, 22, I believe are the two that talk about the tap fees.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
You
Appreciate
got
it.
it? Okay.
Ms. Weva?
I feel as though every time you're in front of us, I have to ask this question because I'm continually asked this question by residents. I want to get in on getting my lead line replaced. Where are we at with it, and how can I get on the list?
Sure. So I don't have the website. I don't have the website memorized, but if you go and you Google City of Dubuque Lead Service Line Replacement Program, it'll take you right to that page. There's an interest form you can fill out. You can see if you're eligible for the current district. I know right now for the 400 homes, I think we've got probably 2 or 3 times the amount that we can actually provide for interest for the final phases. But there's an interest form, I think a consent form that we still encourage people to sign up for. Again, right now this is the end of our bipartisan infrastructure law funding, but to Mike's point, we're going to continue to lobby, trying to find more funds. So we do encourage people, maybe you're not included in this phase, maybe you're 5 years down the road of potential funding, but if you get signed up, that's how we know that you're interested, confirm that you have a lead service line based on what our records show, so we keep our online inventory accurate, up to date. Just a good practice to get your name on the list. Like I said, and if funding comes up, then we have your information.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
The other question, and it may be more for Ms. Larson, we had spoken earlier about supplies and services. This is on page 141. Supplies and services have to do somewhat with contracted employees to do work for the department, but I'm curious as it relates to water, what all that, just as examples, might include. I noticed that the supplies and services went down 10% in comparison to 26, FY 26. Just curious about why that is and what is all included for your department. Don't mean to put you on the spot, but it's a great reduction, so.
Yeah, I think that's on page 143. Under supplies and services, so, because I was looking at that pretty closely, but we were fortunate, as well as we can be unfortunate, to utility, you know, we're a utility, we're subject to utility increases and decreases as well, but some significant ones were like number 7, the electricity decreased from just over $1 million to $825,000, so that was a significant savings. Chemicals had increased significantly around the COVID time and the years following. They're starting to trend back down a little bit. Our lime sludge hauling contract, that decreased for a lot of different reasons. You know, just good operations and maintenance of the plant, trying to upkeep the equipment. Professional services decreased, technology services decreased. So yeah, everything there, all those 15 line items explain that 10% decrease in supplies and services.
And so other professional services, that is like bringing someone in to contract maybe for part replacement or maintenance that would be outside of the skill set of our current staff, or certification outside of our current staff?
Yeah, staff
Okay.
training, environmental testing fees, hydrant painting, service line assistance, water storage tank inspections, water leak surveys.
Great,
So,
okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Ms. Russell, got anything? No? All right. Anybody else? Well, Chris, thank you very much. And to everybody from the Water Department who's sticking it out tonight, by the way. So thank you very much for sticking around and being a part of this. I don't have any further questions from what's been asked here either. I will just one more time mention the lead service line issue and just how, I mean, frankly, ridiculous this requirement is from the EPA. Your number that you said on the slide was, what do we get, around 67 lines a year that we're doing right now? And give or take, that's what you wrote on the slide, right? Like,
Yeah, looking at that, breaking it down over 10 years, we're looking at doing it voluntary initially using low-interest SRF loans. I forget how we came up with that number, the 67.
Yeah, so that'll be a goal. I mean,
Got it.
we might get 15, or we might get 90.
But it increases to 605 based on the same estimate.
It has to. Because
In the last years, because people are going to take a long time to do it. I mean, we can't rip up the entire city with 605 lines in a year. It just will not, it's not realistic whatsoever. So I just want everybody to know that what Mike said is right. We are going to try really hard to work with our federal partners here. And in fact, I'm working with our new Director of Strategic Partnerships, Anderson Sansi, right now to try and set up a meeting with the EPA to talk about various different things. But this needs to be on that list too, just because this is one of those mandates that just, it's a good thing to try and do, but you have to do it in a realistic way. And to me, this isn't a realistic approach to it. I sincerely appreciate the work you're doing. I'm glad for the people that have had their lines replaced. We should keep at that and keep doing those things, but do it in a way that makes sense for a city like ours that has this many lead lines to deal with. So just so everybody knows, we're still talking about that and trying to figure it out in a better way. But thank you very much for all the work that you do and for the presentation this evening. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for your support.
All right. We have come to the very last, but not least, Water and Resource Recovery Center for the evening. So we will switch over one last time here. Ready when you are, Darren.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Darren Meering from the Water Resource Recovery Center. I'm the director. Also attending tonight from the Water Resource Recovery Center is Cheryl Pregler, our Administrative Support Specialist and part-time FOG Coordinator. And then also Water Resource Recovery Center Plant Manager Willie O'Brien. So tonight I'll be walking through the fiscal year 2027 budget for the Water Resource Recovery Center. Now, Public Works Director Errol Swift described Public Works as the heart of the city. I can't argue with that. We are decidedly not the heart of the city. I'm not going to say what body part we are, but I am. I am going to go into why we are important. And not only that, but why the sanitary sewer utility is important. It's easy to overlook the things that happen quietly in the background, the work that becomes routine or expected or even invisible, but often it's these behind-the-scenes efforts that make the biggest difference. And you can't see the sanitary sewer in this photo, but it's there. And much of what we do is also largely unnoticed, and that's by design. That's how you know it's working. But just because you can't see something doesn't make it any less essential. This might not be something that people think about a lot of today, but cholera, a waterborne disease, spread through contaminated water, is a part of Dubuque's history. In 1833 and again in 1849, our community experienced, cholera outbreaks that resulted in a significant loss of life. And this, wasn't just isolated, incidents. It was a major public health threat back then. Most people probably don't know that of the estimated 600,000 people that died during the Civil War, died due to dysentery, not actually some sort of combat wound itself. The cure was modern sanitation, which is the clean water that Chris just talked about, and also the wastewater collection and treatment systems. Modern sanitation is considered one of the greatest public health advances. From 1900 to 1950, the life expectancy in the United States increased from 47 years to 68 years, largely due to sanitation. This is before widespread use of antibiotics. So anytime a kid wades into the Mississippi, or a fisher person, an angler, casts a line in Catfish Creek, The sanitary sewer utility provides for a safe outcome. We help ensure that Dubuque remains a safe, healthy place to live, work, and raise a family. So the sanitary utility provides two essential functions, collection and transportation of the wastewater to the Water Resource Recovery Center, and then, of course, the treatment of and recycling of that wastewater. The collection system in Dubuque is supported by the engineering department that leads the effort of large-scale sewer replacement and upgrades and extensions that Gus Sahoya has talked about earlier. It's also supported by the Public Works Department that leads the effort to maintain the extensive collection system to ensure wastewater is delivered safely to the treatment facility at the Water Resource Recovery Center. And then, of course, the treatment at the Water Resource Recovery Center, where we recycle that into energy, nutrients, and clean water that's returned to the environment. So to fund all of this activity, the average household uses about 3,200 gallons per month. And today that household would pay about $31.86 in a monthly sewer fee. And that's proposed to increase to $34.73 in FY27, or about $2.87 a month, representing a 9% rate increase. But you only pay for the water you use, and that correlates to the wastewater that you generate. So for lower use households, those using maybe 2,000 gallons a month, the current bill is around $19.92. In FY27, that would increase to $21.71, or about $1.79 a month. And just share a personal note, since my kids are grown and out of the house, and it's just my spouse and I, there were a few months last year that we used right around 2,000 gallons per month. And for income qualified residents, we offer the fee reduction program and monthly fees across all 4 utilities, water, sewer, refuse, and stormwater, of up to 50% off the base rate. And so for a household using the 3,200 gallons per month, that bill would be reduced to roughly about $26.61 per month. And then for a household that only uses 2,000 gallons per month, their monthly fee would be about $10 per month in FY27. Again, this chart shows the impact of the fee reduction program over the course of the year across all 4 utilities. On average, about 556 households each month are receiving a reduced utility fee through this program, at least in FY25. And then over a full year, that adds up to more than 26,000 individual bills that where customers receive some level of financial relief. And then when you add it all together, in FY25, the city provided over $164,000 in reduced utility fees to income qualified residents and households. So here's a comparison of the monthly sanitary sewer fee that would be charged in the largest cities in Iowa. Again, this is based on the 3,200 gallons per month, which is what the average household in Dubuque uses. So the average fee in Dubuque is 14.6% lower than the highest fee, and the average of all the other cities is 9.6% lower than the fee in Dubuque. Another fee comparison to other cities in Iowa, this time limited to cities that have an actual wastewater treatment facility. This comparison shows the average rate increase over the past 7 years. So including the 9% rate increase proposed for FY27, the average annual rate increase for Dubuque is 4th highest over the last 7 years. The average without Dubuque is 5.2%. One of the reasons that utilities across Iowa are raising their rates is because of the cost just to simply operate and maintain a wastewater system just keeps increasing. So this chart just shows while general inflation has increased by about 30% over the past decade, indicated by that CPI there, the Consumer Price Index, the cost specifically related to operating a wastewater facility, things like natural gas or chemicals and just equipment, they've increased by much more. This kind of takes that national trend and shows what we're experiencing locally here in Dubuque. So at the Water Resource Recovery Center over the past decade, electricity costs have actually increased by over 120%, and chemical costs, specifically polymer, in our example, have risen by like 47%. So significantly well, again, above just the general inflation line. So these cost pressures aren't theoretical, they're directly impacting our day-to-day operations. And so while these costs are increasing, we're focusing on controlling what we can. So over the past 3 years, we've been really successful reducing our energy use by we kind of compare the amount of wastewater we treat per million gallons that we actually receive. And so we've reduced that to about 20% over the last 3 years. There's another thing that other cities with the highest average annual increases have in common, is that they're all undertaking significant investments in their collection and or treatment systems. So like number one on the list, Sioux City, they're in the process of investing $465 million on their wastewater treatment facility. Number two on the list, Council Bluffs, as this indicates, a few years ago had to spend $10 million on planned sewer collapse repairs, and they have another $61 million in their 5-year plan coming up. Number three is Cedar Rapids, who've already started construction on their $300+ million improvements at their wastewater facility. And then number five on the list is Waterloo, that's looking to invest $100 million in its wastewater facility over the coming years. And so number four on the list, Dubuque, and we too are investing in both our collection system and our treatment systems, investing $93 million over the next 5 years in sewer treatment upgrades. So, the proposed fee is supporting investments in Dubuque present and future, and protecting public health, preventing sanitary overflows, and ensuring adequate treatment, protecting the environment like the Mississippi. So what this looks like in Dubuque is an opportunity to continue strengthening our systems that serve our community every day. We're investing in infrastructure that in many cases has served well for decades, or modernizing it to make it continue to perform into the future. So planning ahead in some areas like Catfish Creek Sewer Shed, where growth is already occurring, to ensure capacity keeps pace with development, and sewer improvements are already underway, that Gus mentioned earlier. And this isn't just happening in a few cities in Iowa. This is really a nationwide issue. A recent McKinsey report estimated that there's a backlog of $110 billion for U.S. water utilities in 2024, and that it's expected to grow nearly $200 billion in 2030. And really what this is saying is that there are aging infrastructure in communities all across the country that are going to have to be addressed, or they're just going to fail and not do what they're intended to do. So how does this benefit the average household? So, for example, projects like the Kerper Court Lift Station and Kerper Boulevard sanitary sewer improvements, about a $5.6 million investment. It replaced aging infrastructure, but also provided capacity for and reliability need for a new development. And because of this infrastructure is in place, it allowed for a private developer to invest $45 million in housing. And these investments, again, like in Kerper Boulevard, they allow for construction of new, in this case, new workforce housing, which is, housing that's more attainable for working families than typical market rate developments. So again, by improving our sewer system, there's an additional 343 workforce housing units available to families in our community. In addition to workforce housing, there's also an additional 290 market rate housing units, either completed or under construction. So again, investing in the sewer, it allows for private developers to help meet the community's need for housing. And finally, what I was going to say was the heart of the sanitary sewer utility. Talk about the Water and Resource Recovery Center here. And I feel incredibly grateful every morning to go to work at the Water and Resource Recovery Center. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but it's mainly the people that I get to work with. They're just the expertise and the knowledge and the just the mindset of always looking for improvement, trying to find different ways and better ways to do things, be more efficient at what we do, all for the benefit of the citizens of Dubuque. I mean, they show up and they make a difference every day, and I feel really proud tonight to stand here representing the people who work at the Water Resource Recovery Center. And this is our mission statement. It's what guides us every day. It captures not only what we do, but reflects who we are and our shared commitment not only to public health, the Mississippi and our community, but to each other. And I just want to thank the workers or the people who work at the Water Resource Recovery Center for their continued commitment to our mission. So our department is staffed by 17.73 full-time equivalents, and the color coding here is intended to kind of make a distinction between skilled and operational personnel in blue and administrative people in more in white. And you'll notice there's some blending of the two, and that just reflects how we operate. We're a lean team. we each contribute to maintaining our facility and supporting our operations, not just in our primary roles. I also want to note, well, as it's noted here, there's 11.23 in skilled trades and operations and then 6.5 FTEs in administrative roles. I also want to note that in the bottom left, you see the equipment mechanic there is kind of highlighted. So that was due to an anticipated retirement this summer. Coming up this summer, the City Council authorized a temporary increase in full-time equivalents so we could hire this third equipment mechanic to make sure that we our proactive approach, preserving institutional knowledge, and so that we don't lose capacity when this person ultimately does retire. So once they retire, we'd then be back down to the 2 equipment mechanics. We have multiple service areas servicing the citizens of Dubuque and customers in the tri-state region. I'll just touch briefly on these various things. So the industrial pretreatment program was a federally mandated program that requires us to ensure that wastewater from industrial users does not interfere with our treatment process or cause any permit violations. And our water and resource recovery team has done an outstanding job over the past couple of years strengthening this program and helping protecting our system and ensuring compliance with state and federal regulations. Our FOG program has 2 main components, but really permitting and then monitoring food establishments for compliance. And then we also receive and treat FOG or fats, oils, and grease. Cheryl Pregler, who I mentioned, who's serving as kind of their FOG coordinator role, she's been leading the effort to transition to a new software program. It's going to allow restaurants to track their own compliance. It'll enable haulers to enter data directly into the system, moving us basically away from paper-based data, heavy data entry, and really just be more efficient and be able to track things much better. Our FOG program has been fairly successful overall, limiting the number of overflows, and of course, Water Resource Recovery Center isn't the only department that plays a role here. Engineering and Public Works do as well. I'm not trying to pass blame. I'm just trying to pass credit that they are also helping the effort. The Haul Waste program allows us to receive and treat a variety of waste, including fats, oils, and grease that I mentioned that's produced at restaurants, but also septage from local septic systems or high-strength waste from some industries and even commercial sources such as car wash. And really what we're doing is providing a controlled and environmentally responsible way for these producers to dispose of their waste streams. And our cost to treat these wastes is entirely funded by the actual user fees or tipping fees, as we call them. So when they bring the waste, it's measured and then they pay that fee accordingly. We also maintain a state-certified environmental laboratory. Its primary purpose is to support the Water Resource Recovery Center. We're required to collect samples and analyze them as part of our permit to show that we're complying with our permit. And because the lab is certified, they can provide that testing in-house. But the lab also supports other city departments and also serves other smaller towns and private institutions or private organizations or even just private citizens who want their well water tested or their lagoons tested. And I just want to highlight the broader role the lab plays for the community. So during a recent boil advisory following a water main break, our lab supported the water department by analyzing those samples for bacteria. So our lab supervisor, Michaela Tully, made herself available on a Sunday evening to come in and meet the water department, collect their sample, and start the 18-hour test that it takes. And so by her doing that, and because the city has a certified lab that can do that off-hour stuff, we were able to lift that boil advisory 24 hours sooner than we otherwise would have. So again, just another way the Water Resource Recovery Center helps protect the safety of Dubuque citizens. The environmental lab continues to meet its goal of collecting and analyzing samples as required by the Iowa Department of Natural Resources. Our staff also maintain the 22 lift stations throughout town. And we've been improving on the reliability of our lift stations, reducing outages to about 1 per year. Obviously working to reduce those towards 0 and making great progress on that. But our primary purpose is to treat wastewater generated in our community in accordance with our Clean Water Act permit, which basically allows us to discharge that treated water into the Mississippi. And we use a combination of physical, biological, and chemical processes to treat approximately 7 million gallons of wastewater per day, every day. The flow does not stop. Willie and I were talking that it's about 2.5 billion gallons of water a year that we treat. So anytime we do something, that flow is always coming at us. So many times, we can't just shut it off to do stuff and to change things. It's something we always have to contend with. And we continue to meet our performance measure goals in terms of pollutant removal as required by our MPDS permit. In terms of certified operators, the one that we're not meeting right now, we would have met it, but we had lost 2 certified operators last October, a lead operator and an operator. We've since filled the lead operator position, and we're working right now through the process to fill the vacant operator position. In terms of electricity use, we've made huge gains, as I mentioned previously, in our energy use, reducing by 20% the amount of energy that we use per gallon of wastewater that we treat. The City Council identified the Water Resource Recovery Center, specifically facility and process improvements and odor reduction for the 2025 to 27 period. And this priority was phased that way, or I should say phrased that way, because how the facility operates can directly affect odor. So these two things are kind of tied together. All the work that we do at the facility, whether operational, capital, or administrative, is being approached through this lens, and it's what shaped the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. And unfortunately, this project priority cannot be achieved through a single action or project. It requires consistent performance across the entire system. It requires reliable treatment processes, trained staff that are provided with the tools to monitor and operate the treatment systems. It depends on infrastructure that's maintained and functioning properly. And it also just requires long-term planning to guide us where we need to meet future demands. And we're actively working to strengthen each one of these areas. So they all can be kind of sorted into 5 distinct initiatives or buckets. And this initiative just focuses on how well the treatment system actually performs, restoring systems to operate efficiently and effectively as possible. Really the goal is stable, predictable treatment performance with reduced odor risk. This table kind of outlines many of the things we're doing under this initiative. I'm not going to go in through each of them, but just highlight a few. One of them is improving the reliability of the activated sludge system. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but this is related to the most noteworthy of the 2 improvement package requests recommended for FY27. In this case, it's providing $42,500 over a 3-year period to clean each of the 3 activated sludge trains to ensure they're reliable. Another effort is to add instrumentation to provide real-time data on what we're receiving in the collection system. If you think about it, like our permit requires us to measure the biochemical oxygen demand coming in and then what's going out. And the test we run is a 5-day test. So we won't know what the BOD5 is coming into the plant until 5 days later. So we have to have other ways to kind of help monitor what's coming down the pipe more in real time so that we can make adjustments and prevent possible upsets. And that's what the FY27 CIP project budget proposes here. One, to help us look at what's coming into the plant and out of the plant, and then others to add instrumentation to help us monitor other treatment systems, processes in real time. This is just a continuation of the activities that fall under reliable treatment and process performance. One of these is chemical dosing. I'll speak a little more about that in a minute. The second initiative is really focused on reliability of our physical systems, restoring system equipment and redundancy, pumps, valves, controls, really to reduce the risk of failure that impact treatment for performance. Again, here's a list of all the work we're doing to address this specific initiative. Again, I'm not going to discuss them all, but just to highlight a few of them. I'm just going to point to this one because you might ask, well, how does a functioning HVAC system, a heating and cooling system like air conditioning or a heater, relate to reliability? Well, these HVAC systems are used to control our cool our motor control centers, which are basically the brains of our process equipment. So if this brain overheats, it's going to malfunction. It's not going to tell the equipment what to do correctly, and that equipment's not going to perform as we need it to. Another one to highlight in terms of asset reliability in the FY27 budget is the $1.38 million to ensure redundancy and backup systems are functional, have spare parts and equipment on the shelf just in case there are breakdowns in equipment. And we're really excited about this one. It's really going to help us and have maintenance staff. They're looking forward to turning these financial resources into reliable equipment and processes at the Water Resource Recovery Center. Nobody wants these systems to work more than our maintenance department. Another example of infrastructure reliability and renewal is the hauled waste project that's actually funded in FY26 budget. This project creates a dedicated infrastructure to receive and store high-strength waste, allowing us to introduce that waste into the system in a controlled, measured way, again, to prevent any process upsets. This includes improvements to how we receive fog or fats, oils, and grease, and then also septage receiving stations. This is funded again entirely through tipping fees that are charged to the producers of the waste, not as part of the utility bills. But because of a $2 million federal community project funding through Congresswoman Ashley Hinton's office, the planned tipping fees, we're able to reduce them. They were planned to go to 13 cents per gallon FY27, but because of the grant, they're only increasing to 11.9 cents per gallon. Another effort directly related to infrastructure renewal is the industrial controls upgrades project. And again, this is the MCCs, or the brains of each of these treatment facilities. The thing you see there is telling the equipment and machinery in the anaerobic digester system when to turn on, when to turn off, and how to function. So they usually last 20 to 30 years, but the life of the existing controls was shortened due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I don't know if people remember, there was a period of time where you couldn't even buy, like, auto lots were empty because car manufacturers could not get the electronics. Well, the same thing was going on with electronics that we use. And so manufacturers of our electronic control systems, they made the decision not to use their limited resources and put it into old technology. They put it into new technology. So now if our parts fail, we're left to go to kind of aftermarket sources, and they're pretty much hit or miss as far as whether or not they'll actually work or not. The FY27 budget provides funding for the first phase of this efforts, which is already under contract. It's going to provide new reliable electric controls in 2 of the process areas, including the biggest, which is the solids handling building. And the funding schedule shown here will provide for new, modern, reliable electric controls for all process areas by the summer of 2029. Third initiative kind of focuses on the people side of operations, safety, training, and staffing. Again, just an outcome of a safe, capable workforce supported by reliable systems and clear expectations. So again, doing a lot of work in this area, coming at it from a lot of different ways. Here's just that listing, but just one to kind of point out is the FY27 budget includes funding to significantly advance and accelerate the updating of our safety program, really just recognizing that people are our most important asset. And the fourth initiative kind of focuses on planning for the future. And so we're updating the Water Resource Recovery Center facility plan to evaluate capacity, performance, future needs, et cetera. And at the same time, we continue to maintain permit compliance. Again, a listing of all these efforts. Now, of course, most of these are tied to our facility plan update, but they're all a little nuanced. That's why I kind of listed them separately. The nutrient reduction study in FY27, that's requirement of our permit, but again, part of our facility plan update. At its heart, the facility plan really defines how the facility should operate and what improvements are needed to ensure reliable, compliant performance into the future. So this 18-month effort, it's underway. We're in initial phase, which is really just data collection, understanding what we're treating today. And again, I mentioned the FY27 budget includes funding to do the nutrient reduction analysis that's required by our permit. The last initiative focuses just on how we function as an organization, how we work, how our work flows, how decisions are made, and how resources are aligned. And really, we're just, again, trying to be more efficient, data-driven organization with aligned resources. Again, highlighting a lot of the things we're doing. One of these on here is the fog program software I already mentioned. But really these focus on strengthening data visibility, streamlining processes, and improving how we track, maintain, and operate our infrastructure. One to highlight is our effort to select and implement a computerized maintenance management system. Again, as part of our facility plan update, it's basically a software program that'll help us better track maintenance, strengthen our preventative maintenance program, and really just improve efficiencies related to our maintenance program. And again, it makes sense that the City Council's high priority included both facility and process improvements and odor reduction. You know, they're directly connected. You know, odor is, you know, one of the most talked about aspects of what we do. It's often what we're known for, and obviously it can directly affect nearby residents. But odor control isn't a simple switch we can flip, unfortunately. It's, you know, it's tied to how well the entire treatment system is operating. You know, it's inherently, you know, odors are inherent with the process. I mean, organic material begins decomposing in the collection system even before it gets to our facility. And then at the biological processes that we use, you know, also naturally generate gases. So, you know, odor control can vary by weather, what's coming to the plant, how systems are performing. And so while we can't eliminate odors, our goal is to minimize how often they occur, how strong they are, and how long they last. And achieving that goal, you know, again, cannot be done through a single project or one fix. It requires a comprehensive system-wide approach, and we're focusing on 4 key areas: controlling odor at the source, ensuring our systems are operating reliably, and ensuring improving how we monitor and operate the plant day to day. And then finally, long-term, similar themes that I mentioned previously. Just chemical source control. We've been doing targeting chemical dosing. So the hydrogen peroxide dosing of the primary clarifiers, we've been doing that for a few years now, reducing hydrogen sulfide, and that's the most prevalent odor-producing gas that gives that rotten egg smell. Reducing that by 50% at the primary clarifiers. We've been dosing the digester with ferric chloride since June of last year, and reduced hydrogen sulfide by almost 90% in the digesters. And we're continuing to optimize dosing and explore upstream opportunities that could further reduce odors. For example, we'll be looking at dosing at the Terminal Street lift station to try and prevent the hydrogen sulfide from forming in the long force main that goes from Terminal Street all the way to our facility. And the fiscal year 2027 budget includes $462,000 to continue this dosing effort. You know, in addition to reducing hydrogen sulfide and odor, the chemical dosing has another benefit. That's why we're using ferric chloride in the digesters is to address struvite, which is really a mineral that builds up in the pipes, pumps, and equipment. It can clog lines, damage equipment, makes it work harder, lead to premature failure, generally increase maintenance demands and downtime. And so through chemical dosing into the digester, in addition to reducing the hydrogen sulfide, we've been able to reduce the struvite forming potential, you know, the various chemicals in there, we've reduced that to almost 90%, and we're shooting to have it down to 0 because we want 0 struvite formation in our system. The second thing we're doing is, in terms of equipment system and reliability, is you know, it's making sure that systems are operating as designed. But it can also be having the right information, tools, or training to operate system proactively. So our activated sludge system relies on bacteria to consume organic material, and that's how we treat wastewater. And just like you and me, these bacteria require oxygen to live and function. And when we have mixer issues or reduced oxygen transfer issues, it creates more septic conditions where there's not enough oxygen. And that can lead to increased production of hydrogen sulfide, and which obviously increases our odors. So just an example of how system performance directly impacts people's experience. Our current actions regarding, say, the activated sludge includes things such as restoring the mixers. We've also pumped down the problematic train and evacuated what was in there before, and that's made a big difference. The FY27 budget, again, builds on cleaning a second digester. We've got one scheduled for this June. And then, of course, the funding below that I mentioned, the $1.38 million for providing operation of redundant equipment. Another way we're working to address odor is improving how we monitor and operate the plant. I discussed this a little bit already, but today we moved away from a lot of paper to digital systems, and we're expanding our use of data management software, creating dashboards so that our operators can see, in a quick glance how some things are functioning. And the FY27 budget builds on this, again, by that real-time operational information instrumentation. And last is the long-term planning, again, focusing on how our current system are performing, but also identifying improvements. So again, the facility plan looks at how we meet the community's needs over the next 20 years. It'll consider emerging environmental issues such as PFAS and microplastics. We're not currently required to do anything with those, but you never know what comes down the line as far as federal regulations. So that's just part of the facility planning process. But odor will be a key component of that facility planning process. So everything that's being considered, odor will be a key consideration as to why we would choose one process or another. So just to summarize the breadth of the work underway to address odors at the Water Resource Recovery Center, again, it's not a single solution. It's a combination of source control, infrastructure improvements, monitoring, and system reliability, from chemical dosing and digester cleaning to process monitoring and control upgrades. Each of these plays a role in reducing conditions that lead to odor. And you can see the level of investment of over $10 million in FY26. And a lot of that is going towards the hauled high-strength waste improvements project. And then another $3 million in FY27 to really control or continue these efforts. We do post periodic updates related to odor reduction efforts. It's our goal to provide an update every 30 days. So we're committed to doing that. I just wanted to provide an update as to where we are regarding the recovery of the explosion that occurred in December of 2024. Essentially, we were pretty much operational within maybe a couple months of the explosion, and so we've been systematically replacing and repairing various elements of that was damaged, or the $3.4 million that was damaged by the explosion. For example, one of the elements that was damaged was the motor control center in the solids handling building, and that is part of that electrical controls project that I talked about previously. Here's just the entire list of projects in the FY27 to 31 5-year CIP budget. The total CIP budget for FY27 for the Water Resource Recovery Center is cut off at the bottom there. It's about $2.9 million. The lion's share of that, the $2.3 million of that is for the two projects I mentioned previously, but it does include $621,500 for general equipment upkeep and replacement for our facility. So with that, I want to thank Chief Financial Officer Jenny Larson and Budget Manager Laura Bendorf and the rest of the budget staff for all their work in preparing the proposed budget. Wanted to thank City Manager Mike Van Milligan for helping make these really challenging funding decisions in a way that ensures that the funding goes to where it's needed most. And then just thank you to the City Council for your continued support of what we do at the Water Resource Recovery Center.
All right, well, thanks, Darren. Well, this is our last public hearing of the evening, so we're in the public hearing for the Water and Resource Recovery Center for fiscal 27-year budget. Do we have any public input on this one? No? All right. Anything virtually? All right, back to us then for any discussion. Mr. Resnick.
Thank you very much. So much is happening down there. Thank you very much for all that you do. And so as you know, my father ran the wastewater treatment plant in Davenport. Now the advantage is they were way far away from the city and the population. And so I appreciate what it takes to make it, palatable for folks who live in the area. My question is, there's a pollen count, there's an air quality index, and I was just researching whether or not there's an odor control number or some type that we could say, hey, today's number is a 4 at the Water Resource Recovery Center. And there are odor odor metrics, and you probably already know about these. There's an odor intensity scale, there is a VOC monitor with a specific number, and then there's a hedonic tone, measures the pleasantness or unpleasantness. I'm just wondering that if we have, or if you're alerted, or I know you have your chemical numbers, which are more precise, but we have a lot of citizens who live in the area and who recreate in the area with those diamonds and things. Have we ever thought about putting, just to let people know it's a good odor day, or we're having trouble with odor at this time on the website, or is there something like that that would be interesting, or it would be, it's always interesting, but would it be valuable to maybe our citizens in any way?
Yeah, so you mentioned the website. So like I said, it's our commitment to update that at least once a month to just alert anybody of things that's going to happen. So for example, when we work to clean the digester number 4 this June, there's probably going to be a couple of days there where there might be increased odors, and we'll provide notice of that. The one thing I didn't even talk about that the City Council had appropriated in the FY26 budget is establishing what we call e-noses around the facility. One of the reasons why we haven't moved forward with that is because we've been having discussions and exploring the idea, and we've had conversation with the engineering department about the use of a drone to actually fly periodically the sensor over a fixed area so that we would have a real good understanding of where odors are coming from. The problem with, or the limitation, I should say, with the fixed ones is if we have money for, say, 6 of them, well, if the odor's not going at those 6, are we really capturing what's coming off the facility? So that's why we're working and looking at flying it with a drone, like on a daily basis, because you can then map it out and fly a grid, and you'd be able to measure exactly what the concentrations are by depth. And then you get a sense of really where it's coming from. And this really came from a citizen, because it's hard to know if you're meeting a goal if you can't measure it, right? So that's what the hope is, that this system can help provide. So if we are able to fly that, collect that data, and then over time we'll know, hey, it's been increasing or decreasing or increasing, and basically give us some data to share and react to.
So these common odor metrics and methods are not just a freestanding thing next to the culprit spots. I mean, you know where those are. There are certain areas of the plant that are probably stronger and more evident that, this is what we're doing here. And I don't know, have you looked at these others monitors and decided that these stationary monitors are not helpful?
Again, I mean, unlimited budget, and we could put monitors all over the place. I'm sure, because again, even at the clarifiers, there's 4 of them, and they are stacked so that they have stacks that the odor can accumulate and go out. But even there, which wind direction is it going? So it's really hard with fixed meters. So that's why we're really hoping at this idea of flying the drone with the meter over it, and then we can do that on a regular basis. But I think, again, we can be proactive about notifying people of if we know something is going to happen and could potentially provide an odor, that we would provide that notice.
Well, it's obvious from your presentation, you spend long hours and hard thinking about this very topic, and our citizens appreciate it as well as everybody at this table. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Landecker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Darren, for your presentation here and for your staff and all you guys do. I know when I was down visiting you guys for my orientation, I had an opportunity to talk to you about some of this odor control, and seeing it here on the budget presentation and here is very helpful. My question is what is good or what does perfect look like in terms of completely controlling the odor? And when I ask that question, what I look at is pretty substantial numbers on initial capital improvements and then ongoing maintenance of this. And I mean, what I worry about and I wonder about is like, are we just throwing good money after bad? Like, do we foresee that we're going to be able to control this to the point where residents will not smell the odors coming out permanently? Or I know that's a hard question, like I said, so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we're going to solve odor, but we're certainly going to address it and mitigate it. I think the one thing about the funding, and I kind of touched on it, is that it has more benefit to our, system, these investments, because they also make sure that we, we're talking about making sure that systems and equipment are reliable, and if one breaks down, the redundant system is ready to go, and if that breaks down, we've got a part on the shelf, and we can fix things really quickly and prevent these upsets that then have these flare-ups. I mean, generally speaking, the odor can be a pretty low presence, and most times people won't smell anything, depending on whichever way the wind is blowing, and what the weather is, because sometimes weather can hold odors in and cause it so it doesn't disperse as well. So all we can promise is to, continue to address it and consider it, get things operational and prevent upsets that would cause odor, and then it should just be just the general odor that's around the facility. I mean, usually when I kind of joke when I give tours of the facility that it's kind of a cacophony of odors depending on where you are, at the system. You'll smell just a little bit different odor. And so they're always going to be present to some extent, but we can minimize, like I said, how much is actually coming off the site, and then how often that occurs.
Yeah, thank you. The other thing I wonder about too, and this is probably more for Parks and Rec and maybe for Mike Van Milligan, is, at what point and how do we look to get the softball fields out of there? Just knowing the odor issues that have been going on, and maybe that's for a later discussion, but I'm sure that has come up and been raised to you before, so.
Yeah, and I will say, I didn't mention this tonight, but I think we've really made improvements down on that end of our facility that's towards the girls softball independent league fields, on how we manage the drying pad there and how often and frequently we maintain that. A few years ago, we just had to control what we were able to put on there and manage how much we could handle, because sometimes the principle is if you have for example, the public works crews will clean out a sanitary sewer that's clogged. So there's going to be some sanitary waste in there, but there's also going to be trash and debris and inorganics. And the idea is you don't want to put that in your treatment system. So you put it on this drying pad, and where the principle is the water will then float away, and then what's left is the inorganics, and you kind of push that up. Well, obviously, if you get too much of that and things clog up, then you can have standing kind of septic water there for a while, and that's really where a lot of the strong odors come from. And we've really limited that significantly in more recent years. Operators really up their game as far as keeping that pad better maintained. So I think that's really gone a long way to reduce those odors, because I know my daughter played softball down there too.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. Darren, do we know of other communities that are investing this much in their facilities to do odor elimination or remediation?
I haven't specifically done research on it. I'm sure that most wastewater facilities have some sort of odor control. It all just depends, like you're saying, where, depending on where it's located and who does it impact. As far as, like, for example, their new Old Mill Road lift station is going to have odor control built into it just because of where it's located. It's more in a residential area. And so it just really depends, I think, on that, on when a city decides or a utility decides that it's worth the investment. It's going to have a beneficial impact to citizens.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Who's with them?
I just wanted to give you and your team some kudos on, I guess, the years that I've worked with you, and residents have worked with us on the odor mitigation issue. I know Councilmember Farber and myself have probably come to you the most over the years with concerns of our residents that are valid. And one thing that I really appreciate is that you always offer that validity to people when you correspond with them. But you are so thorough and thoughtful and kind in your correspondence.
Thanks.
So that means a lot to people who are really frustrated, understandably, about the situation that has come about. But again, reestablishing microbiome does not happen overnight. And as part of the professional crew that you have and the absolute just the knowledge that you all have to do the work that you do, and always striving to do better, and not making promises you can't keep, being honest and fair and transparent. I would say the biggest piece of that since I started on council was creating the website update. I appreciate that when I have residents contact me, you are quite swift to update that. Not just do you update the website, but you personally reach out to folks if I ask you to. That means a lot to myself, to our residents. But for people who are concerned about odor mitigation, I think real-time notification is helpful because it helps us to know, as you said, as we're trying to figure out maybe where the odors are the worst, when they're the worst, the time of day, what we just did that might correspond with the worsening odor. If we can do that real time, it's quite helpful. Right. So I do appreciate when residents reach out to me and then you are so responsive, because I think that's a team approach of our community trying to get this figured out. Somebody had contacted me about that investing our money in the Water Resource Recovery Center odor mitigation is just covering up an odor. And I just want to clarify, that's not what we're doing. We are actively trying to change microbiome and facilities to create the best environment to avoid odors in the future. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but I wanted to make sure that we made it clear. This isn't a covering up of an odor. This is getting to the bottom of why that odor is present and in real time trying to solve those issues.
Yeah, like for example, our chemical dosing, it's actually destroying the hydrogen sulfide in the water, so that it's no longer there. It's in a different form and a non-odorous, compound. So yeah, that's working at the source. And again, we're never satisfied with our dosing program. We're always looking to improve it. Like I mentioned, potentially, or if we're going to be looking at dosing at terminal treated lift stations, so so we can reduce the odors that actually come to our facility. We're also looking at dosing with hydrogen peroxide in our kind of the tank that all the waste goes before it goes to the digesters. So I mentioned we're dosing with ferric chloride in the digesters. So ferric chloride is the first thing it does is it breaks down hydrogen sulfide. So we've reduced that by like 90%. The real reason we want to use ferric chloride for odor there, or the digester, is the struvite. But ferric chloride is more expensive per pound than hydrogen peroxide. So we're looking at dosing ahead of the digesters with a cheaper hydrogen peroxide to lower the amount of ferric chloride we use, but still get the same odor results. So again, we're always looking at ways to reduce that cost of chemical dosing as well.
Well, thank you for your work. Yeah. Thank you for encouraging the caliber of your employees to work with you and do so respectfully. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, anyone else? Yeah, Mr. Staver.
I'd like to say thank you again, Darren. I appreciate the humor, and I appreciate you incorporating how serious of a thing this is and putting it into perspective, because it is a really serious thing. So yeah, thank you. Again, I'm kind of thinking about this, 1,000+ units being online. You kind of mentioned yourself almost 1,000. But I don't see that, again, reflected in the sewage fee increase. It's all kind of attributed to this 9%, but if you just take your average current bill times 1,000, it's close to $400,000 right there. And we should have more than that online, I would think, by then. So Is that something you've thought about in terms of your sewage fee increase?
Oh, I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question? You're at what you're,
So, your sewage fees, or maybe I'm saying this wrong. If you have 1,000 more units in the market using our sewer, and they have an average cost of, to the taxpayer or the tenant of almost $32.
Okay.
Times that by 1,000.
I think I
plus.
understand what you're
Okay.
saying. Well, every year we look at what the revenue was for the past year based on the rates that's established, and then assess whether that amount of revenue is sufficient. So as houses are built, our revenue and water use would go up, our revenue would go up, and so that would be taken into consideration automatically as we look at the next year's budget, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I don't see where it is added in. Again, 17 talks about the fees increased, but only attributes it to the 9% increase.
Mr. Saver, what page are you on?
181, is that right?
181. Thank you.
Under revenue?
Number 17?
Yeah.
So I would say in general, you're right, council member, because it's, as Darren said, it's kind of a backward-looking system. We take, okay, what did we do the prior fiscal year? And if we had more units, that will be built in from the year before that, and then we add the rate increase. Now, so if we end up with 100 new units in that year, it would get reflected the next year.
So don't we know we're going to have 1,000 more units?
I don't think so, but I hope you're, I mean, I can get the numbers from housing of what we're, matter of fact, in the housing presentation, it's going to say, I believe, how many more units we have, and I don't think it's that number. I do agree with you that Fox Hills, as they come online with their several hundred units, and, but that will be like sometime during the fiscal year. It's not going to be at the beginning.
Right.
And, I don't know how fast they're going to fill up, and
We've got Jenny at the podium here.
So one thing I'll add is, as we do the cash flow for enterprise funds, specifically water and sanitary sewer, we look at actual consumption billed through the water meters. So sanitary sewer customers are billed through the water meter. So every year when we do the cash flows, we update that for the prior year actual consumption. So 27's is based on, a full year of 25's actual consumption billed out, and then what we had billed to date at the time we did the cash flow. So we're picking up as much as that of that new construction as we can through the water meter.
We have a big amount coming online that we've never, I don't think, probably ever had before.
Okay.
Don't
but-
you agree or no?
I think you're right, but
Yeah.
I think it's going to take time. I don't.
I'm just trying to explain how the revenues are estimated.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying is if we were charging $34.73 and then we get 1,000 units, that we would add that, multiply that together, and really it's looking at the actual consumption, the gallons that's actually used, and that's what we base it on. So not actually the number of houses.
No, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So in that scenario, it could actually impact the future rates in a much better direction than what we're projecting currently.
Right.
Because we do project out the rate increases, in future years and for several years. So it could improve those projections essentially.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I think we may have reached the end of the evening here prior to midnight. So, Darren, thank you very much. I think I got to tell you, this presentation was a really good one. You've given some really good presentations these last couple of years that describe everything that's going on, because there have been serious challenges, and you've been very clear about that, and you've described those. But you've also come with answers of what you're doing about it. This presentation, I think, was the most comprehensive that I've seen in the last few years, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate that, because it really, this is the kind of thing that I'd like to be able to hand to somebody and say, I know you have some really specific technical questions. Here are a lot of the answers to those technical questions, and we're still working on it. So thank you very much for bringing all that, and we really appreciate it. All right, and thanks to everybody in your entire team for all the work that you put in on a regular basis. Okay, well, we actually aren't at the end. I forgot about the action item, so I just want to make sure that I get to that point. So we do have one action item. Trish, if you want to, do you want to call it? I don't even know, how do we, or should we just move on to it? Let's just go. So we've got budget items identified for separate discussion, so I just wanted to check in with any council members and see if there's anything else. Nobody identified anything specifically as we walked through this, but is there anything that we need to specifically identify before we walk away tonight? Ms. Kleindecker, yeah.
Thanks. I have three, and I don't know if it's, obviously, first time going through this process, so I don't know if this is how you do it, but, or when you bring them up, but I do want more, and I appreciate Mike and Jenny Larson sending over the information on the admin overhead breakdown. I do want to see more data detail behind that, like by line item, like what we're seeing by department. And maybe I just need to be directed in that direction to see that level of detail. Two is, I do want to see the breakdown from an engineering standpoint. I think it'd be really helpful from an employee standpoint on what we actually have versus what was budgeted, specifically for fiscal 25 to actual to budgeted 27, and what the difference is, just from an overall increase. I mean, if we look at the overall increase, it's a 66% per employee, and I know that's providing a flat number there, or percentage basis across those FTEs, which isn't accurate, but it's a number that's there that we're looking at. And then the third is to Chris's point, Councilman Staver, is I do think it's interesting to think about the budgeted or the projected number of households that's coming online, or residents that are coming online from water, sewer, and refuse or recycling and garbage and things of that nature, to say, what is that projected out? Because we are projecting an increase in those services. And it'd be helpful to know what do we think that could potentially impact from a budgetary standpoint, given we are budgeting to have or propose to have an increase in those services. So those are three that I have.
All right. So those are a couple things. One of the way we've normally done this is we've actually, if you have like an improvement package that is a certain dollar amount that you want to hold back and say, like, I want to talk about this $500,000 item right here specifically. Let's set it aside and we can make a decision on that and how it's going to impact going forward. These are similar, but they're different. And I think that it is still a useful discussion to have. The first two, if I'm not mistaken, are you're essentially requesting information that is more that is more fully pictured, to be able to say, go ahead, please.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it would basically say that this is more detailed than what we have currently. So the engineering breakdown, and then also the fees, the administrative fees. Thank you very much. I lost my words there. So that's basically a request for you, Mike, and potentially Jenny. Is that something that you'd be able to get?
Yeah, absolutely.
For us? Okay. So those two are answered right there. The third one, though, is basically a suggestion of changing the way we calculate and predict and project out the costs for next year, and essentially how we have set our fees. In this case, like for instance, the sanitary sewer fee. So that's what you're asking for there, and you're going back to what Mr. Staver was talking about. Am I right about this? That you're
correct?
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe it's not possible, but I think it's, I mean, most of us project out what we're gonna make and what we're gonna spend, and So
Yeah.
we balance our budgets like that.
Sure. My suggestion might be, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, but my suggestion might be, is that something else that you could give us some background on, Mike or Jenny, and to let us know what your thoughts are on this basic suggestion of, what if we were to project this differently and expect more housing units to be online, to be able to impact these fees? Could you bring that back to us to be able to talk more about that at a future budget hearing? Sooner rather than later, I think would be very helpful on that. Yep. Mr. Resnick.
Mr. Mayor, he mentioned that we do project things, and I don't know that we do. And I would be very uneasy with this budget, with all the uncertainty already, that we're doing some kind of projection, plus or minus plus or minus 10%. I think we ought to maybe explain how we do this. I hope we're not projecting until we get a bird in the hand, of course, is what I would like these numbers based on, not, oh, well, we didn't get the projected number of new customers. So, that's a request. I would request, just tell us how it's being done. What I gathered tonight was that we use numbers to base this budget on, numbers that exist, right? Not that are projected. But maybe I missed that because there was a question from Mr. Staver that, how do you project what we're going to need for next year? And what I think I heard from Ms. Larson is that we have real numbers that we fit into an equation and a formula, and we come up with this. And we've done it every year, and it's been approved by the folks who look over budgets and CPAs and others, and they win awards on their presentations. So if we're doing some projections that I don't know about, it's great to know about those. But that would make me very uneasy if we are, guessing that we're going to have 1,200 or $1,400 new, turns of the, flushes of the toilet. So that we could, these budgets are, these numbers should be based on something real is what I'm hoping.
Yeah. I think, okay, so noted, but I think that, so I'm hearing two things. One, how are we doing it now? And then the second thing is back to Mr. Leindecker's point, could we look at it differently? And what would be your thoughts about that, essentially?
Yeah, we'll get you what we project will be the new units, and then we'll talk about the pros and cons of saying, let's say if it was 500 new units, I don't know how many of those are actually going to get occupied, and I don't know if they're going to get occupied because somebody else has an apartment today that normally rents up, but now isn't going to rent up because that person's moved to the new apartment. So now there's a vacancy somewhere else. I mean, there's a lot of dynamics there.
Yep.
But we'll talk about those pros and cons when we give you the numbers of what we project.
All right.
Will be new units next fiscal year.
Yeah. So let me ask, because I would say that this is actually an item to be held for separate discussion. So I think this third item of the projection calculations, essentially, is that something that we want to hear? I mean, I've just said that. I mean, I asked Mike and Jenny for it, and Mr. Leindecker did, but I didn't hear the rest of us. So is that something that we'd want to hear?
I do.
I've got enough. Let's do hand raises just to make it really clear for everybody. Okay.
The discussion?
The discussion. That's it. Okay, so we're unanimous on that one. So that's held for separate discussion, which you're going to be providing. Mike is going to be providing more information to us. So, thank you. Does that clarify what you're looking for?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Mr. Staver.
I would kind of like to have a discussion about, so I'm not picking on Public Works here, but I'm looking at their machinery and equipment, and it's like, I've bought a lot of chairs before. There's 30 chairs here for $15,000. That's $500 a chair for a break room. I don't think they're going to, come close to that. And, I would guess they're going to be way under, but that brings the budget up. That's a very small thing, but same with the trucks. And, I'm looking at this 8-foot snow plow for $27,000. I mean, I've bought this type of equipment. Brand new, the best one on the market, you're talking $7-8 grand. So there's a $20,000 difference there. I don't think they're going to spend that. So I'm just curious, to me, that would inflate the budget, because it's in there. A couple other things in here that just jump out at me just because I've bought this type of stuff.
Sure. Can I ask a question of Mike? I mean, Mr. Staver, you bought it as a private citizen.
Right.
Is it different to buy it as a government?
Well, I mean, we'll just get you the answers to the question. So, you know, whatever ones you have a question on, just tell us and we'll get you how we arrived at that estimate.
Okay. Yeah, and that might be an example of something, we don't necessarily need to set that aside currently, but it's a question that you want an answer to. So let's get the answer to that question. And if you still have, at the end of, if you get the answer to that question, and we all do, and in the end you still come back to another one of these hearings that we have, either on Thursday night or beyond, and you still want to be able to set that aside and say, no, I really want to talk about the chairs in the Public Works Department. We can do that. Then you can set it aside at that point.
I guess more or less, I'm asking, am I thinking about this right? That if the projections we're projecting what it costs here.
Yep.
If it's way over, what I think is, beyond reason.
Yep.
Am I thinking about it right, that we're kind of exaggerating the budget by doing that?
I think you are, but I do think that step one in that process is getting some more information from Ariel in the Public Works and potentially Mike and Jenny to be able to get more of that information first. Then we can decide, from that further information that we've got, are we overspending in some way that we didn't recognize at first?
And by no means am I trying to split hairs and drag this out even further, because I know it's, everybody's time here, so just something I'm thinking about, and I think
it's a fair question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes, Mr. President.
my question is that in the capital budget or an operating budget? Because if it's in the capital budget, if it's not going to be used for that particular item, it will be used for other items, because so many of the capital, we have to set aside so many things that we need. Mr. Van Milligan has chosen things to be paid for this year from this year's capital budget. But I don't think it affects the overall number, because if it's not going to be used on that, it's going to be used for other needs that we have on the capital side, a one-time purchase. So I was just curious if those are things in the capital side, or is that an operating budget item?
Well, I'll just say most of the answers we give to that question will have nothing to do with the property taxes, because probably a lot of that stuff was described comes out of road use tax funds. But if we are overestimating, we should not overestimate. So, we'll get you the information, and if we should shave some of the estimates down, then we'll do that.
Okay, appreciate it.
Know what you need there? Yeah, Ms. Wethel.
I want to go back to, it would be the engineering budget, page 8. I had brought up 4 of 9 and 5 of 9. And just reviewing further, my conversation and questions were related to contracted services as it relates to hiring additional engineering staff versus paying out contracted services at 2 to 3 times the cost per hour as a staff member. So it looks like consultant fees were $74,000 in the supplies and services. Now, I understand that not all consultant fees could be done by a person in the city, because there's specialized areas of engineering that we would not potentially have one person that we hired be able to do all of it. However, 4 of 9, 1 FTE, civil engineer 2, when we look at, and these are not things that would come out of the general budget, I understand. This is stormwater user fees and sanitary user fees. So this would not have an impact on the levy rate. However, I think it would be interesting to start to dive deeper into consultant services that could be placed in a bucket of a person versus paying out consultant fees, as we look specifically at what our future of all of those goals and priorities of our sanitary sewer, and what that's going to mean for years to come. So maybe it's not this year, but maybe next year we are able to better acknowledge how much money we are paying out in consultant fees that we could instead be doing in-house if we hired the right person to do it. But I don't know how to quantify that, and obviously, it would be very difficult to, I understand. But if there's utility in that, maybe not this year, but in FY '28 and '29, because these are things on the docket for a long time.
Right.
Just trying to think ahead. So I don't know that I necessarily am saying we need to hold one of these engineering positions, but I think in moving forward, as it relates to not just engineering, but other departments that do contracted employees for specific work, if that's something we need to maybe better delineate as a council. When you ask for a new FTE, what would the impact of that be on our fees that we would pay for supplies and services for consultant fees?
It's an interesting point, yeah, and I get it. I mean, and I understand you're not asking necessarily to hold those, but it is an interesting discussion to enter into, for sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. Currently, we have two things essentially held on this list. The first is from one of our previous hearings, which was the 400,000, if I'm not mistaken. Was it 400 or 300,000 going into reserves? We held that for separate discussion, so that's in the box right now. What amount of money is it? Can somebody remind me, please? It's late.
1%.
Yes, it was 305,000, which would take it from 3 down to
Right.
2.
Yep.
But that's not the only thing we're talking about, just the whole idea of that's part of the question. But yeah, that's definitely what I would like to have talked about.
Yep.
But just information about the reserve, what we've set as a goal.
Yep.
What it presently is, what effect that reduction would have, perhaps the last 5 years, how much we've been adding to the reserve every year.
Yep.
And is that hybrid between, is it recurring or not recurring?
Okay.
Thank you.
So the reserves question, we'll call it.
Yes.
And then the projection calculations question is the next thing that we've got on there. So those are the two things that are currently in the budget items identified for separate discussion box, and we'll keep them in there and continue talking about them. Yep.
Just as it relates to the reserve question, also to ensure that part of that question is answered with what does that do to what is the long-term risk of that, such as our Moody's bond rating?
Right.
And those kind of things included in the conversation.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for the discussion tonight. Now, we have actually officially reached the end of the evening. No further business. Thanks, everybody. Good night.